Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That's a classic, but that doesn't matter because look at him now. He's crying in a chair with Nicole Wallace.
Get rid of the Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh, was that one too? Oh
Yeah.
no, that one's gonna hurt the most.
He
He was a voice, wasn't he?
He's a voiceover for that?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Okay. Well,
Now-
was he Rocky or Bullwinkle?
I don't know.
That's exactly, because no one cares.
Who was the guy that goes,
The
"Oh,
loser.
hey, boo boo," or was that
That's
Yogi Bear?
Yogi Bear.
Oh, that's not the same, is it?
No.
Oh, we got to figure this out. We'll be back in a minute.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Monday, March 2nd, 2026. I'm back after a very unusual and long hiatus. So many people to thank for you guys doing such a wonderful job. And so many, I think Lynn, the program director from the Rattler out in Phoenix, had unbelievable accolades for Seth. I had all types of regular listeners that have a way to contact me.
Seth Wiley, 25.
Thank you, Seth Wiley. So I'm back after nearly a month of being, on and off. I think Lummy, the most I did was three days during February. But
Four. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
No, you mean the first week?
No, last week. Last week.
No,
Tuesday.
I said the most days that I did consecutively.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Might have been like 3.
Yes, you were correct.
So anyway, Seth came in. I think one week did like a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Seth put together like, I don't know how many shows.
It was 8, but if you want to throw a 9th on my paycheck today, I won't be upset.
Oh, okay, no problem.
We never got to check that PayPal that was coming through at all. We don't know if there was untapped resources that came in.
I didn't think that our deal wasn't you got a percentage of the PayPal.
No, it wasn't. I was just saying if it did better than, we thought, then, hey, you think I did 9 shows? I did 9 shows.
I think you did 8.
That's exactly how many I did.
Perfect. Anyway, back to normal. So many people to thank. First of all, each and every one of you who participated, meaning like show hosts, Lummy. To me, it seems like from the little bit of chance I got to listen to Lummy, Lasker really needs me in here or there's no checks and balances. Lasker can really bullshiz Seth. And Lasker is Lasker's like a carny. He knows his audience.
Oh man!
So he knows his audience, and
what's his audience with me?
Well, somebody that will believe him and not call him out and take him for face value, like you do most people, as you should. But he's like, I mean, the things that he comes up with.
He's an interesting guy, so I don't know why he would tell me any stories.
Well, because he's a storyteller. I mean, he is definitely a storyteller.
He's got good stories.
I mean, didn't he tell you a story at Monster Jam where he saw a woman with a head? What's those called?
Oh, like a hijab or something?
Yeah, she had like a hijab on.
Headdress, yeah.
And he was behind her, and he ripped it off of her head and said, "I'm an American." And I mean, like,
yes, he was looking for salt, and she got in front of him, and he said, "Excuse me," and then she just looked back at him, and then he ripped it off of her, and he said, "I'm American and I carry," and then
there's no way in hell.
All right, well, I mean, I don't know why he would lie. We're having a great time at Monster Jam. There's no reason for him to lean over and tell me any tales.
Speaking of Monster Jam, I think Lummy, Seth, and Lasker all went.
Yes, I went yesterday.
God, is Monster Jam that popular?
They do, was it 4 shows?
4 shows. At what? Do they pack the stadium out every show?
Mostly. I'd never been. This was
Now is Sammy into it? Kind of.
She is now.
Okay,
dude. Lasker's called and said he had front row tickets, which we were in the last row of the first section.
Okay,
Nice.
Which is still really good.
Yeah, well, it's awesome in the end zone. Yeah, so I didn't know that there was female drivers that my daughter was going crazy about. Jean's granddaughter was there, so they were buddying up. My daughter told me she came home. Yes, she came home after Monster Jam.
She came home. She left as an affluent Jew, and she came back
a redneck,
white trash.
She had some Zen. She had some Zen in, and she was looking up Monster Jam highlights, and then yesterday she found that I guess they put all the Monster Jams on YouTube after.
Yeah,
so she got down that rabbit hole.
So she was watching it. I mean, she absolutely loved it. She had a lot of concern when the cars flipped over, and the tractors or whatever had to go out and flip them over. She was worried about if they were okay or not. But man, it was fun. I didn't even know. I thought for all these years it was just like a good old fashioned redneck Confederacy hangout.
It's actually like a choreographed WWE presentation.
It was like a classier crowd by a million compared to a Bucks game.
No,
for real.
But it's well choreographed. I mean, like it's.
It was impressive. I had a great time. It was
It's owned by Feld Entertainment, and they got one of the largest buildings in America down in Bradenton, and they also own Disney on Ice.
Yep.
And the Blue Man Group, and they own
Barnum Bailey Circus.
Yeah, the Barnum and Bailey Circus.
Yes.
I thought that got retired. Didn't they retire the circus?
They brought it back. It's more high flying act.
Yeah, it's more like less
Blue Man Group.
less. Well,
Yeah.
no,
less elephant.
No. Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, it's kind of Circus Soleil.
Yeah. They own Circus Soleil. So, but they practice. Like in order to do all that stuff, they have to practice. So they got this arena. Lummy, can you look at the Feld Entertainment Arena in Bradenton, Florida? It's like, I don't know, like maybe 5. I could be way exaggerating. It's like 4 million square feet, this building, and it's where they can they have an ice rink for them to be able to practice their Disney on Ice, and then they got this, all this acrobatic stuff for them to practice their Cirque du Soleil. Then they got like enough room for them to practice their, which is at least the size of a football field stadium. They got that. They got that in there for them to practice Monster Jam. And you don't understand, Gravedigger. They got like 5 or 6 Gravediggers just parked out back ready to go in case they crush this one.
Well, they will on the same day that they're doing it, like Saturdays.
Oh, they'll have A, B, C, and D shows.
Yeah, they had some in Oregon, up in St. Louis.
Yeah. So like the night that they had Monster Truck in Tampa, they'll have one in St. Louis. They'll have a show in Oregon. They'll have a show in Austin, Texas. They got like 4 shows going any particular night.
Yeah, they got the arena. They got the arena series and the stadium series.
Oh, motocross?
No, arena. So they have the indoor.
You're talking about Monster Truck.
Yeah, for just
By
monster
the way,
trucks.
if I may, the indoor Monster Jam is nothing like the outdoor
No, the
one.
indoor is
No,
horrible.
the indoor sucks.
It sucks.
It
Yeah.
sucks. It's
a money
teeny.
grab.
It's teeny tiny. That's the same one they used to do at my track, and then they're like, we're not doing little tracks anymore. And then we had to get like the I forget what Monster Truck series we had to get. But by the way, Lummy, so we just closed out our Winter Nationals. Thank God. Oh my God.
Success? Well, let's put it this way: Are they coming back next year?
Well, we won't know. We won't know till probably July or August.
Oh, really? They make you wait that long?
Yeah, they make you wait that long. But yeah, I mean, I would say, I would say probably a 6 or a 7. I wasn't happy with Thursday night surface. I put less water on it because I felt as if I had too much water on it Wednesday and Thursday, me and Rob Platfoot. And then it rubbered down, which is the kid touch, which is the worst, is when they latch down rubber and it ends up being one lane. Tuesday, the weather killed us on attendance. Wednesday and Thursday, the attendance was good. Saturday, the attendance was unbelievable. But Friday, we canceled because of the rain. I mean, everybody knows how much rain we got on Friday night. And we were lucky. Most promoters probably... thank you, Richard Henry. Your track sucks, and no, they will not be back in 2027. I'm glad that you are in the know with all that. Thank you very much. I worked so hard only just to tell me that my track sucks. So for Saturday night, most promoters probably would have canceled because it was really, really, really. We got like an inch and a half of rain. And it was very, very, it was touch and go as to me and Rob Platfoot being able to get the track in somewhat of a condition to race on Saturday night, but we did. So many people to thank, Rick and Ashley Swally, all of the Lucas guy, Lucas Flow Racing, Lucas Late Model Series sanctioning body workers, Earl Pearson Jr., Rigsby, Ben Shelton, DJ, James Essex, just Tyler Erb, Devin Moran, of course, Hudson O'Neill, who won 2 times, B Shep, who won 1. I think B Shep won 1, Hudson won 2, and Devin Moran won 1. Jonathan Davenport was there. Tim McCready was there. Boom Briggs was there. Mark Richards and his whole crew was there. So I think they'll come back, Dan. I think they'll come back. There's not a lot of options with the 2 competing series, the World Racing Group, which controls Volusia, and then Lucas, which tends to race at 3 different tracks, Golden Isles, Alltech, and Ocala Speedway. So I think that they'll keep this new post-Daytona format in place. Remember, for years, they did all of these races before Daytona. And then Daytona, But I think this year's attendance, Wendell had great attendance at Alltech. We had great attendance except for Tuesday night, which was unreasonably cold. And then Friday, because we canceled. But if you take Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, we had great attendance. Steve at Golden Isles will run this coming. I think it's Wednesday. I think it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. He runs, and so if his attendance is up, Wendell's attendance was up. Our attendance was up on the nights that we raced, except for Tuesday. So I think the post Daytona, post Volusia experiment that Rick Swally put in place, I think works. I think it really does. I think it works. You can't help weather, and we were a victim to weather, and just
Hey, what happened with this Flow Sports guy? We just randomly played the interview of you with the guy, and then you started going at him, and I was like, oh man, this is uncomfortable. Well, that poor guy didn't know. He looked like he wasn't ready for it.
Well,
and then Gene said that's what happens when you're a fancy New York boy, and then Lummy looked up and saw he was from Tennessee.
See, so within the dirt racing world, there's flow racing and there's dirt vision. Okay, flow racing is kind of the bigger of the two, but their competition is dirt vision. Well, Flow Racing in Florida races at 3 tracks. So Flow Racing's customers in Florida are Alltech Speedway, Ocala Speedway, and then Golden Isles Speedway, which is in Brunswick. So when Flow Racing puts on their version of the Winter Nationals, they do it at those 3 tracks. Well, on the off nights that those 3 tracks are not running prior to the Daytona 500, Volusia Raceway or Volusia Speedway, Volusia Raceway Park, I don't know what they call it. They are owned by, Dirt Vision, and their sanctioning body is the World of Outlaws. So within super late model racing, there are two sanctioning bodies. There's the Flow Racing Lucas Late Model Series, and then there's the World of Outlaw Late Model Series. Well, the World of Outlaw Late Model Series is owned by Dirt Vision, and they own Volusia Speedway Park. Well, these guys that work for Flow Racing, they do this thing every night after the races called the Drive Home, and it's where they kind of, all four of them, spitball about the races they just watched. Well, they watched because myself, Golden Isles, or All Tech hadn't started our speed weeks yet, because the new format has us starting after Volusia. These Flow Racing guys on their drive home, which by the way, Seth, like Flow Racing has like 900,000 followers on Facebook. I don't know how many on YouTube, but probably just as many. So it's a pretty big audience you're talking to. And on their way home one night from Volusia, which is my competition and their series competition, they state that they felt, now this is before they've been to my track, before they've been to Wendell's track, before they've been to Steve's track. They stated that they felt the racing was so good at Volusia that it was now should be considered the crown jewel of Florida dirt racing. Well, I'm thinking, hold on, that would be like Tom Brady. Is Joe Buck his
No. It's the other guy. They work for
Kevin,
ESPN now.
Kevin
something.
Yeah.
Kevin something. All right, so that would be like Tom Brady and Kevin something going to a CBS game, okay? Going to a Tony Romo, who's the Tony
Jim
Romo?
Nance.
Going to a Tony Romo and Jim Nance, game, which was on CBS, and then on their ride home saying, man, the Bengals, and it was Cincinnati versus, Cleveland or something like that. And then them saying, man, the Bengals' new facility is the state of the art of the NFL, and CBS Network really has got their stuff together. They would never be caught dead saying that. That's their competition, right?
Yeah.
So the Flow guys are putting over the competition, and so me and Tom Bean and I had a problem with that. I mean, that. Dan, that would be kind of like, Steven or somebody putting over another plastic surgeon.
I get it. Yeah, or another lawyer. I understand.
And so I took
offense.
I took offense to that, and so I let it be known, and they wanted to address. I was just ignoring them doing my track duties, and they came up and wanted to talk about it and put it on Flow. So I did.
Oh, okay.
And so I didn't.
So they were not expecting that.
Well, I'm sure they're expecting something.
Because I wasn't going to hold back, and they weren't going to hold back.
That's Bubba.
And so here's the thing: Michael Rigsby, it was one of the guys he was the actual one that said, Volusia Speedway Park is now the crown jewel of Florida dirt racing. Well, Michael Rigsby is the president of Flow Racing. But Michael Rigsby used to own this little-known thing called Dirt on Dirt. And it was just like him out of his garage following dirt late model racing, and it was just kind of like a vlog or like a podcast, Seth, and it was just everything to do with late models, regardless of what sanctioning body and what racetrack they were working at or racing at. It was just, the state of the industry, right? It was called Dirt on Dirt. And Flow Racing bought Dirt on Dirt, bought his company for 7 figures, and then put him in charge of Flow Racing late model dirt racing, okay?
All right.
So he comes to me and says, listen, when we do our drive home, we don't want to be told what to say. We want to just say whatever we want. We're transparent. This is where I think I kind of shut him down. He goes, when I started Dirt on Dirt, which has now been purchased by Flow, and he's been upgraded to the president of Flow Racing. He goes, when I started Dirt on Dirt, I was always transparent. It didn't matter what sanctioning body or what track. If it was good, I would report it as good. If it was bad, I would report it as bad. And that's what Flow Racing, that's what Dirt on Dirt was built on. And so, do you know what I said to him, Dan?
But now you're owned by Flow Racing.
Yeah, well, you're kind of dancing with me. I'm going, Michael Rigsby, Dirt on Dirt is the furthest thing nowadays as to what it started as. It started as a little thing with just you giving comments about anybody because you weren't owned by anybody and nobody paid you millions of dollars for your franchise. But the minute that you became the president of Flow Racing, Flow Dirt Racing, and the minute they wrote you a very large check, your transparency and being able to put over the competition changes.
Yes.
It's no longer what you may think it is what you wanted it, but you now are not bought and paid for, but the stakes are much higher and you were paid handsomely for that.
And as a CEO or as a administrator in that company, he has a duty to promote that company over others.
So anyway, we got it all handled. They were great. They were very complimentary of my track, even on Thursday night when I don't think we put our best effort forward. I think all the racers had a good time.
Can you measure the actual content of the water in the sand? Or is it all like finger in the wind kind of stuff?
No, here's what you have to figure: humidity, dew point, potential rain that's coming in, temperature, sunshine, wind.
Do you ever make like a chart of
yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As a matter of fact.
So you try to have some science and consistency with it. It's just so many variables.
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, let me show you. We have a very complex system. We have and I'm gonna read it to you. You ready? We have a very, very, and this is weather permitting, okay? Dan, if we don't have weather coming, we have a very, very, very complex system. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. And this is on, okay, here we go. Damn it, I got to find it. I wrote it down. It's because somebody didn't really believe that we had a system. Okay, ready? Water immediately after that night's race. Sheep's foot immediately after race. Grade at 8 a.m. Sheep's foot at 10 a.m. Hardy rake at 11 a.m. 4,000 gallons of water at noon. Till 4,000 gallons of water at 2. Till 4,000 gallons of water at 4. Pack at 4:45. 250 misting gallons at 5:30. Track ready by 6. So that's
12,000 gallons of water a day.
12,000. Well, but that's all.
It's like a pool.
But that's also, Dan, dependent upon dew point, humidity.
But that's like the rough end. That's the rough draft for the day.
That is if we have sunshine and not a lot of rain, and then lack of sunshine, cloudiness, and no wind decreases that volume of water. 12,000 gallons of water is when it's sunny skies, little bit of wind, and the humidity not so much. So there it is. Let me on a different. So anyway, I'm back. I think we did well. I think we're going to make some adjustments to our schedule next year. I think there's a lot of things up for grabs with regards to what's going to happen next year. I think Lucas, Lucas late model the Lucas late model series. I think they're happy with us. We were done by 9 o'clock. Consistently done by 9 o'clock every night. That's one thing they like, Dan, is consistency. The track was hot or green every night at 5:59 so they could get on the track. And the checkered flag didn't fly any later than, I think, 8:47 all 4 nights that we raced. We were all in compliance with canceling on Friday. There was no way we could have raced on Friday. We had an inch and a half of rain, and that almost impeded us from racing on Saturday. So I think that Rick Swally is happy with us for what we had. We're happy with them. We'll see how it all pans out. They got 4 nights at Golden Isles in Brunswick, Georgia, which I'll be watching on Flow Racing. Hopefully you are as well. And I wish Steve and his I think they're going to have a little bit better weather than we did. And I wish them the best. I think it was an absolute dirty move for World. Here's the other thing, Seth. The guys on the drive home, they're putting over World Racing Group and Dirt Vision. Meanwhile, Dirt Vision scheduled a race right on top of Alltech's flow race.
Oh no, they did not.
Yeah, right on top of it.
What a bunch of dicks.
And that's kind of like that's kind of like an unspoken no-no. Like if you have a race.
Well, I'm not watching this show anymore, Bubba, where these guys do their little drive home. I thought it was whimsical, and I thought
you should watch it.
Now I should watch. I'll watch it.
You should watch it.
Love those guys.
Maybe there is hope for us.
Oh yeah.
Look at the headlines. And maybe Dan can help us out, and maybe we can be like the Scarecrow on Wizard of Oz and get a brain. Lab-grown brains growing more powerful. Dan, if you were
I don't think anybody needed a brain on Wizard of Oz, but I get
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I
thought he needed courage.
No, he
That
needed
was the lion.
The lion. Who needed a brain?
The Scarecrow.
The Scarecrow.
Oh, so did the Tin Man needed a heart?
Tin Man needed a heart.
For Kurt. Right.
Scarecrow needed a brain, and the lion needed courage. He was scared.
Damn, I didn't know the Scarecrow was a dumbass with no brain.
He was.
This changes everything.
Let me new name.
Yeah,
me
the
too.
Scarecrow.
The Scarecrow. Now, if you were to get a new brain like this lab grown brain, like could they make me? Can they program it? Or
the brain's got so many connections, Bubba, and the connections are, strengthened or weakened over time based on learning. It's constantly reconnecting and rehealing itself. It'd be really difficult. Plus, when your brain is disconnected from the rest of your body, you're just a quadriplegic. So, I mean, it's a neat little, experiment.
It said lab-grown brains finally came onto the scene in 2013 when a team of scientists led by some Lancaster chick, Madeline Lancaster, created their first brain organoid, a tiny 3-dimensional cell culture mimicking the human brain. These mini brains made out of stem cells contain real neurons, thus allowing researchers to study the brain, development, neurological diseases, and test drugs for before human trials. But Dan, isn't your brain adaptive in the fact that you just can't throw a brain in somebody, that the brain is kind of, for lack of a better term, a constant body of work?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's constantly having connections reinforced or weakened based on learning and experience. And it's got to be connected to the rest of the body. When they grow lab stuff like this, it's simple stuff. It's like 3D printing. You can't make that really complex 3-dimensional structure or all of the really unbelievably almost magical, beyond what you would think nature could produce connections.
Is the brain the most complicated thing we have in our body?
It's like a wiring harness on a 747.
Meaning, like, you can make that. You could make a set of flaps or a wing or a tire, because that doesn't really do anything other than physically be there and create, lift or drag or to roll.
Which is why you can make a kidney in the lab.
But what I'm saying,
a kidney doesn't do anything. It just is a filter. It's easy. Our brain's got so many specific connections.
You can make a wing, you can make a rudder, because they're just there to deflect air or something. But the computer system that starts the engines, that controls said things, you can't emulate that.
No.
And that's what your brain is. It is your master control center that directs everything to work.
Right. It'd be like an F-22 without the central nervous system, without the brain of it. You could build one and it'd never fly. So it's a neat experiment. It's unbelievable. I think 3D printing. They have like 3D bioprinting, and so they're trying to make complex structures like a heart. But still, even a heart's dumb. A heart's got no thought to it. There's no connections in it except for electrical connections.
A heart's just a mechanical pump, right?
A mechanical pump that maintains and progresses an electrical charge so it flows correctly.
We couldn't put it in like a robot, like a brain in a robot.
To learn from that robot,
yeah.
I know it's. I think that quantum computing and fiber optic instead of electrical communication within the computer is where computers are going to go, and they'll be much more powerful than lab-grown brain tissue.
But a heart still is
Heart's a possibility.
Is just a mechanical thing that could that if at the end of the day you could teach it to just pump, and you could it doesn't it's only gonna. It's mechanical, and it doesn't have to really think. I don't think, right?
No, it doesn't, and it has no thought. Just like a muscle's on off. You stimulate a muscle, it contracts. You stop stimulating it, it relaxes. Things like that are reasonable to try to build with 3D bioprinting, and we'll be building muscles and skin and cartilage and things like that. But when it comes to the brain, I mean, the brain has to grow to work.
I sent you an article I got from Average Joe who said I guess 200,000 living human neurons they put on a microchip and it played a game.
Really?
Yeah, I just sent you the article came out yesterday.
It'll evolve, and they may be able to start off with building something that will learn and grow over time. But
200,000 living human neurons on a microchip chip demonstrated playing Doom. Coracle Labs CL1 video shows the gameplay and explains how the neurons learned the game. Hold on, let's watch this here. So, Dan, when they take 200,000 living human neurons from your brain, are they just scraping or taking a portion of your brain and putting it on a... I don't even... How do they even put it on... I guess
they probably take a couple and put in some growth factors to it, just grow it in a lab.
And then put it in that chip right there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lummy, I've seen enough. I think that we're timed out, and that in order for us to be able to be real smart and to get a new brain, that's probably Walker's children that might be able to do that. Speaking of Walker...
What you'd like to be able to do, Bubba, is take a brain that's damaged and inject it with something so that the things that are broken can fix within that brain. You're never going to be able to
like
pull
brain
out
juice?
the brain, like brain juice. It helps it heal.
Brain fixing juice?
Brain fixing juice. It that encourages new connections and growth instead of atrophy. But to take a brain out and try to put new one in.
Would brain fixing juice work for dumb people or just for people that have severe brain injuries?
I think it could work for dumb people, old people, and people with injuries.
Let me guess what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Some brain juice?
Some brain fixing juice.
Right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Yeah, she posted pictures. Yeah. But she didn't post any
wild
videos.
Pitches.
Huh?
No wild pitches.
Yeah. I just had pictures, my video wasn't working. The phone fucked up with the new update.
I'm going to do Volkswagen.
Is he breaking bats?
Huh?
Is he breaking bats? He's hitting balls?
Yeah, he's like Bo Jackson.
Hey, Lummy, how good is he at fielding grounders?
He's good. He's actually he over listens to technical me telling him to make sure he stays down to make sure the ball goes in a glove. Because if it's a slow one, he'll pick the ball, put it in his glove. So it's
Well, Seth, did you get those 2 packages I sent over?
Yeah.
He'll follow. He'll do it like this, so he can learn the transfer. I'm like, you don't have to do that every time, though. He actually did. That's one thing he did listen to me He's the best fielder. Best arm.
Best arm?
Best arm.
Did he throw from like right field to home plate?
Oh yeah, easy. One hop. You want that pretty much the whole flow talk, pretty much from like
Yeah, sure.
8-9 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good morning.
Hey, Lummy.
Yeah.
You can make a short of it.
Okay.
I mean, you can make a video of it. I just send the video out. Just make it a video that we post.
Okay.
Just Bubba's Winter National Report card.
Okay.
Holyoke. Ship. Jonesy. Inzer. Dog. Jesse. Big Waller. Group of Looks.
Seth, was your car new or used? Used?
Yeah,
Okay. And what kind is it?
it's a Volkswagen Taos.
Okay. How you spell the is it T-A-O? Is it this one right here? T-A-O-S?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Ankles.
2023.
Let's call it 3.
Early. 07X.
Okay, that's because we potentially might get this as a client. And was that
Volkswagen?
more or less than you paid for yours? Or about the same?
I think cheaper.
Okay. Our good friend, did you meet? Have you ever met Rolo at the bar? Rolo?
James.
I think you might have.
Oh man, I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's the general manager of this place, and they're looking to spend some money with us, which is kind of cool.
I'm a VW guy. Big time.
I used to have Volkswagen new model. I used to have a Passat,
Right up for us.
and they're fucking badass. I don't even know if they make them anymore. Oh shit.
They're merchant R70.
Shield your home with storm-resistant siding from Morgan Exteriors. Take advantage of our special this month. Get 20% off your project plus free installation. Choose from high-performance vinyl or fiber cement siding, built to stand up to Florida's toughest storms, heat, and humidity. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation today to lock in savings. Visit MorganExteriorsInc.com now. That's MorganExteriorsInc.com. Morgan Exteriors, protecting Florida homes for over 30 years.
What the hell are you doing?
Strap yourself in. The emotional roller coaster is about to start.
We will give nothing back to the academic community, as well as provide no public service of any kind.
I promise you.
Now, back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We're officially in March. February is over. I knew February would be consuming me with the Winter Nationals. It's done. And now, Lummy, I am going to be very much consumed on getting the new studios done. And to the point where I might get a hold of Kurt Morgan or Opie and see if I can maybe work a deal through Morgan Exteriors, because that's all they do is build. They
can do everything inside.
They can do everything. They can do everything.
Yeah.
And so get a hold of them and see if they can, maybe send with my Get Fresh crew, their Get Fresh crew, and we can really get fresh, Lummy.
Maybe I like that. I like hearing that.
Also, talking to Rolo from Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel, we potentially might get them as a sponsor. I'm looking at their website right now. You can go to, I think it's VW of WC, so that'd be of Wesley Chapel.
Yes.
So you can Google Volkswagen Wesley Chapel, or you can just go directly to their site, VWofWC.com. Now, most recently, one of the big-time members of the show, one there of Seth Kushner, just bought a used Volkswagen, not from Wesley Chapel Volkswagen. And within Wesley Chapel of Volkswagen's page, they have all of their new inventory, all of their pre-owned inventory. And so I was seeing what Seth bought, and he bought a Teos 2023. Let me see, Volkswagen. I just put, I'm sorry, used.
Yeah.
His was used. So you can put boom, Volkswagen. They got a really neat.
It's easy too.
Search deal going on here, like their search engine. And so Seth was 2023. They have one of these in stock, and so I was showing Seth. And this very much looks like Seth's car. And Seth says, man, that's a little bit cheaper than he paid for his car.
I would only go to Wesley Chapel Volkswagen after I messed up buying my car somewhere else.
Well, here's the deal.
Fixed me up.
Hi.
Thank you.
I'm Seth Kushner, and I didn't know about Wesley Chapel Volkswagen prior to buying my Volkswagen. So I will be taking my purchased somewhere else Volkswagen to Wesley Chapel Volkswagen for anything to do with service or anything like that, because I think, Lummy, we know somebody very important there named Rolo.
Yes.
And he'll hook me up. So anyway, go to Wesley Chapel of Volkswagen, or Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel, VWOFWC.com, and put in there, Lummy, what's the baddest, Dan, you might know, what's the baddest Volkswagen they make? Like when I'm talking about baddest, I'm talking about the most kick-ass. Would it be maybe the Jetta GL3?
That's probably the funnest car. They made a really good SUV that was just like the Porsche
Atlas?
Cayenne.
Is it the Atlas?
What does Brian the Babyface Petroni have? Does he got the?
Is it the Volkswagen minivan?
I thought it was the Atlas.
Is it the Atlas?
I thought so. I thought
Cross
that's the
Sport?
bigger.
Yeah, I think it's the Atlas.
Atlas Cross Sport. Let me see here. I think that's what he has. Something like
I think
that.
he has the bigger of the SUVs. The bigger of Seth's SUVs.
Oh, I'd like that one right there.
Oh, that's sharp.
White.
It's essentially a Porsche. It's essentially a Porsche Cayenne.
Oh, for real?
Oh,
yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Oh, so
they're type. What were they called? The type.
Like sister cars?
Oh. Yeah, they're sister cars. Just like so.
The new Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sport is the same as a Porsche Cayenne,
which is the same as the Bentley, which is the same as the Lamborghini Urus. It's all the same car, and the Audi G8, I think it is.
Oh, it's
all the same thing.
They show you here. Let me Atlas Cross Sport, Atlas, Golf GT, Golf R, ID4, Jetta. I used to have, back in the day when Rolo was a Volkswagen guy somewhere else, I used to have a Passat, but I don't think they make him anymore.
The Taycan was the old Porsche SUV. You can see it's just like the Atlas Sport is like the Taycan. It's essentially the same car.
I like the Taycan too. But I think, honest to
God,
God,
made it a diesel back in the day, which was a good engine.
I think actually the Atlas Cross Sport is the way to go.
I think that's their flagship right now, right?
Is that their what they're really hitting?
Yeah,
look at the black one. Look at this one, Lummy. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, it says Atlas and the Porsche Macan. They share similarities, engineering and design.
Man, I'd look badass driving that. I wouldn't look like a. I mean, I'm driving an 04 Crown Vic right now. Let me pull up in this thing. Look at that.
That's a panty dropper right there.
Well, I'm not really looking to drop any panties right now.
Well, maybe the single men out there are with dads.
Yeah,
they're single dads.
If I was to cut a deal, maybe where I could get one of these. You think I should just finally let my 04 Crown Vic go, or should I always keep it in case I got somebody in town that needs to drive around?
If you could keep that one in town, keep it.
Or should I pull the Bubba Army stickers off of it and just let it be a flat black
driving advertisement? I was gonna ask you in about a week if I could borrow it for a day and a half.
What do you need?
My truck is it's getting fixed. The AC. Jeans
Of course you can.
And he needs it for a day and a half.
Yes, you can drive. You can check out like a library book.
Thank you.
The 2004 Crown Vic with 257,000 miles on it.
Walker will love it.
But the oil changed religiously every 5,000 with Redline K&N 020, buddy. Redline Racing. So anyway, listen, Rolo, I hope we can do some business with you. And hope we can tell the fine people of the Bubba Army if you need a Volkswagen. Hell, Seth's kicking himself in the ass saying, man, I wish we would have signed these people up about 6 weeks ago before I bought mine. Would have been able to save me a couple G-balls.
That's right. Hopefully they sign up.
So anyway, you can go to VWofWC.com or just Google Wesley Chapel Volkswagen. We're talking to them about potentially coming on board and being clients. Lummy, we also are in the final stages of, I think, shoring up our bucked up deal.
Yes, we are.
Details and what witnesses say happened.
I spoke with the UT.
So sorry.
ABC 13's Sarah.
Did you see that there was a shooting last night?
Yeah, the Austin guy.
In Austin, Texas. Was it like just a concert, or was it just
a bar that was closing?
And,
closing time.
This guy with Allah shirt decided to open up fire.
This guy here?
Fire, yeah.
Now, is he an American citizen?
Yeah.
He is?
But he came from Senegal?
Yeah.
Senegal, which is one of those small countries, I think, on the Horn of Africa.
ABC 13's Sarah.
I think, it was when he came over here.
All so, right. Bubba, you've lived through this. Every time we go into one of these countries that has, nothing except for resources or some kind of political stupid fight that we get ourselves in, what ends up happening is we end up taking 50 to 850,000 of them and bring them over here and give them fast tracks to citizenship. It happened in Korea, happened in Vietnam, it happened in Southeast Europe, and it's happened all through the Middle East and in Africa. And this is what we get. We get a bunch of assholes that hate our country and refuse to assimilate.
Lummy, Gloria Zach. Woo. Welcome back, Bubba. $25 in the PayPal. Thank you. So again, Dan, when these countries are having problems or political apartheid, whatever, we fast track them as citizens, and not all of them are good people.
No,
some of them probably are.
We try to make them part of our culture, but like England did it with India. Like England got India early on. And if you go to England now, or even up until like 10 years ago, all the decent restaurants are Indian. Indian people have a strong representation in the national and regional governments. And but they went to India. They took their resources. They essentially took over.
I can't take Indian customer service. I can't. I just can't.
Well, it's going more that way.
I cannot. I can't understand them. I know that these major companies that have call centers and what have you resource a lot of it to India, and I can't. For some reason, it's the one. It's the one accent of the English language that I can't understand.
Well, how they're doing it now is you're going to have to start with AI to get what department you want to go to.
I can understand AI all day.
Yeah, but then the AI, even if it's kind of starting to misunderstand you, will then send you, and the person you're going to speak to.
Sometimes I'll just smash 0.
And then you'll
just
get an
keep
Indian person
smashing.
faster.
Smash, 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 smash.
Man, I was on the phone with was it Frontier now? What do they call it? Spectrum.
Macho Man said he left AT&T because of the Macho Man. Your microphone's on. Were you trying to deal with some type of AT&T issue and you just couldn't get through the accent?
Yeah, they didn't understand what I was saying, and they didn't understand the concept of me telling them that they had a cell tower with no data, that had full signal but no data at the gym. You know, every time I'm in the gym, I couldn't do work or anything. So I just finally fed up with it, and I went to T-Mobile.
And Dan, what was your story?
I was on the phone with customer service at Spectrum over the weekend for 25 minutes with a lovely American woman that was super helpful. You know, I mean, every now and then you get a good one.
You do. You really do. And I always thank them. I always thank you so much for being so, helpful and me being able to understand you. Thank you.
ABC 13's Sarah Al-Sheikh is in Austin with those details and what witnesses say happened.
I spoke with a UT student who described it as complete chaos.
Is this in Austin?
Yes.
He says as soon as he heard the shots, he and his friends started running for their lives. An area typically busted.
Dan, do you, if you're carrying and you hear shots, do you run and run and run and run, to get in your Tesla truck, or do you take cover and try to find where said shots are coming from and take the guy down?
Oh, second, all day long.
Well,
all day long.
I think that would be, I disagree with you. I think if you had your children with you, you'd probably
get them to safety. But if it was just me,
right,
I'd cover and wait.
And isn't your Tesla, isn't that bulletproof to an extent?
I think the metal's supposedly bulletproof. We've all seen that the glass isn't that bulletproof.
So you'd say, Sophia and Danny, lay down. Just lay down on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back. And then you come back with your gun and try to find the threat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Filling with life.
It was packed Saturday night. Everyone's out.
Now quiet, blocked off by crime scene tape following a terrifying scene early Sunday morning.
20 shots, 30 shots. Everyone goes in a full panic, starts running around everywhere, diving all over the floor. I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Just got gone through puberty yet, or what?
UT student Walker Dio says he and his friends were on West 6th Street when a gunman started shooting.
He comes out, starts spraying, firing into Buford's. All these people, all packed in to one of the best spots in Austin. Everyone's helping him, trying to get CPR, trying to help everyone out. And everyone's just ducking on the floor, running away. People are rolling on the ground, in full panic.
What, two killed, 14 injured.
Yeah.
2 dead, 14 hurt.
The Austin Police Department says the call came in around 2 a.m. regarding someone shooting around the bar Buford's. Authorities say the suspect drove around the block near the bar several times before he fired at people in front of the bar and on the bar's patio from his vehicle with a pistol. Then police say he drove west on 6th Street, parked his car, got out with a rifle, and shot at people walking by.
All right.
Austin police say
2 incidences. First one was with a pistol from his vehicle. Then the second one, he goes around the block. It sounds like he gets out with a rifle.
The suspect continued to walk east on 6th Street, where officers then confronted him, returned fire, and killed him. In total, 3 people, including the suspect, died.
See, I like it better when the cops kill the bad guy and the bad guy doesn't take the pussy way out and kills himself. I like when the cops get in a shootout and they kill him. I like that.
It's still suicide by police, though, isn't it? I mean, if he's walking around,
probably
kind of waiting to get shot,
probably. I mean, but it's much better than apprehending him and going through the trial and all that kind of craziness.
But would you rather a policeman shoot him and have to deal with his own personal thing?
I'd rather have a guy like a good old boy that had his Desert Eagle on his, and I'd rather have that. I'd rather have I'd rather have guy got killed by just innocent bystander who happened to be packing.
So if that happened in Florida,
legally, Second Amendment. I know that Texas is an open carry state, so you got a good old boy that's carrying a gun legally, using it legally, and used it to kill the bad guy. I love that.
Yeah, and in Florida or Texas, I'm pretty confident that the private citizen that intervened would be praised and not vilified. But then you take that same scenario, you got some crazy guy, shooting up an area in, we'll say, Detroit or Minnesota, and you intervene. What happens to you then? It's the states are so, you could be a bad guy. New York City, you could be the
14
bad
others
guy.
were injured, according to APD.
There are families right now that are unfortunately identifying their loved ones. We have families that are at hospital rooms waiting for outcomes from surgery. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today.
A law enforcement source confirmed this.
This the guy right here?
Yeah, it's a property of Allah.
Property of Allah?
This has no religious or hate motivation. No motivation. No.
By ABC News shows the suspect. Authorities identified him as 53-year-old Ndiaga Diagne from Pflugerville, who was born in Senegal and was a naturalized citizen. According to multiple law enforcement officials, he was wearing clothing that made reference to Allah and a T-shirt that said Iran with an Iranian flag underneath the word.
Now, is this Iran, because of our latest Iran situation, Seth? Is this in retaliation to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism.
And in that moment, there's just no thoughts. Are these people okay? That's all you can really think.
Question still on the minds of many. Ultimately, this tragedy.
Hold on, there's a new bar I might want to go to, Dirty.
I saw that.
Yeah, look at that.
Caught my eye.
Let me meet me at Dirty tonight.
I'm there.
Dan, we're having lunch at Dirty.
I'm there.
Still on
Dirty. I love it.
on the minds of many.
Seth, you want to go to Dirty tonight, buddy?
It might just
stick to the clean.
Might just.
You're going to clean?
Hang out at a bus stop.
Ultimately, this tragedy leaving a lasting impact.
For sure. A place that we come every weekend and every week. And now it's like, do I want to come back to 6th Street?
Law enforcement says it's also looking at the suspect's mental health. They also say
and here's what sucks. Is it 6th Street, which the guy just identified, is probably a pretty happening place, probably pretty cool. They got the Dirty there, they got Buford's there, it seems like,
it's like an entertainment district, right?
It's like almost maybe like an Ybor kind of deal or
similar
something.
to an Ybor.
And so now, there's, what does this do for? What does this crazy, property of Allah asshole, what has he done? Not only has he killed 2 people, injured 14, but potentially caused good people that have invested their life savings into a facility, an eatery or a bar or something like that, when their numbers are now halved because, Lummy, as you and I are sitting there thinking about in Austin, Texas, where we're going tonight, I'm like, listen, we could go to Buford's, but you know what happened there last week?
It's kind of like Ybor. Look at the businesses there. Not many people are going to Ybor these days.
Really?
That want to spend money. Yeah, I was talking to Macho Man about it, and he went down there, I think it was last weekend, and said about how pretty much no one goes there that has money.
Yeah, so it's just a bunch of thugs that are walking up and down the street. Nobody like Dan or anybody like that that's got some money that wants to go drop a couple $100 at a restaurant and have some wine and, whatever. It's a bunch of thugs that got $5 in their pocket that's trying to cause problems.
That's right.
Now this is being investigated as a lone wolf incident rather than a larger plot. Reporting in Austin, Sarah Al-Sheikh, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Amazing that they also found a Muslim named reporter to cover it.
Oh, I didn't even check. I didn't even look.
What's her name? El something.
Tyler Reddick, first time in NASCAR history. Screw with the wrong guy, my friends. Michael Jordan now has made it 3 in a row. Tyler Reddick made it 3 in a row as a driver. I don't know if it's ever been done in the history of NASCAR where one driver and one team won 3 in a row. This was a road course that usually the SVJ guy whips everybody's ass. Now, the SVJ guy, the Shane Van Gertsbergen, he has, I think, won the last 6 road courses on NASCAR. And Tyler Reddick held him off and won the Toyota co-owned Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, 23 Front Row Motorsports?
Yeah. So he won a restrictor plate race, a road course race, and the third race was
Atlanta.
So it's a medium-sized
Yeah,
track.
a mile and a half.
So it's not like the short track.
He's won
Like
a
Bristol?
super speedway. He's won a mile and a half, and he's won a road course. The only thing left to check off on his box would be a short track like Bristol or Martinsville.
I'm confused. So do they not count the Daytona 500 for the points?
Yeah, they do.
Because they were saying that a couple of the articles I found last night were saying that he's won 2 Cup Series races, which is the first time in 17, and that the Daytona 500 is not included in the Cup Series.
No, that's not.
Okay.
That's not.
That's why I was just confused when I was reading those articles.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay.
Here's some. We have to be super careful on the videos we play from any type of NASCAR footage because NASCAR locks it right on down. So usually if we go third party like this, we might be okay. But is this NASCAR produced? Like, is this NASCAR backed? Sure, it kind of looks like it is.
It probably is.
We get going at the end there, and I'm leading, and there's SVG, the guy I've been trying to beat for a while now, and just to be able to outlast him there and hold on for the win it's incredible. We just really proud of the Showman Casino Toyota Camry.
Let me do me a favor and type in NASCAR point standings current.
Everyone at 2311. We worked really hard.
By the way, the backstory to all this is Michael Jordan took the France family to federal court for monopolistic antitrust, type tactics that they've been. Hell, I think NASCAR's been around since 1958, 59 when they raced on the beach of actual NASCAR of Daytona, and I think the Daytona International Speedway was either built in 59 or 60. Prior to that, they actually raced on the beach.
I know, isn't that crazy? They would actually race on the beach.
Yes. And prior to the super speedway being built in 59 or 60, there's been several people over the years. There's been a few different people challenge them and having stock car type racing, but they just squash them like a big bug. They issue these charters, which are the same as the football franchises, not to be held forever, but to possibly be renewed. It's just the Francis families are absolutely a monopolistic piece of. They're horrible, and everybody laid down. Richard Childress, Roger Penske, Rick Hendrick, Joe Gibbs. They all laid down and are just unbelievably afraid of the France family. And Michael Jordan rolls up in there and says, "Bitch, I got as much money. I think the France family collectively is worth $4 billion, and I think that like Michael Jordan collectively is worth about $4 billion." And he goes, tit for tat, buddy. Let's go figure this out in federal court. And he won. NASCAR got their ass kicked.
Do you know what the settlement terms were?
No, I think the settlement terms were that charters are permanent, and they
can't keep nickel and diming.
And I think that the teams get more of the television money. So, yeah, they can't keep nickel. And once you bought a charter, the way they had it, Dan, is you bought a charter, then every 4 years it was like, they could take it back or you could renew it, but it was never yours. That would be like the NFL going to the Hallis family saying, yeah, we know that you've been around since 1920, but every 10 years you got to renew or we're going to kick the Chicago Bears out and somebody else could buy it. No, when people buy their NFL charters, no matter how, the ones that got in early didn't pay much. I literally think the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants, some of the early teams from 1919 to 1925, I literally think the membership fee was like $2,500 to be. Now I think in order to be a charter or an NFL team, what would be the latest NFL team that came in the league? Would it be Tennessee? Would it be
Houston?
Probably Houston. And what was their fee to the NFL? Wasn't it $1 billion? I think it's $1 billion.
Well, they were the Oilers, weren't they?
Well, they were. I think they might have been the Oilers, and the Oilers.
Oh wait,
moved,
no, the
Oilers moved to Tennessee.
Okay.
And then I think Houston's like, listen, man, we need a team. They're like, well, your team moved. Much like I think, Lummy, Cleveland is
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, Cleveland was originally the Colts, weren't they? Or something.
I don't know. The Browns, and then they moved to Baltimore, and then they gave them the Browns back.
Right.
They gave the Browns back.
Right. So let me be interesting to Google like expansion fees for the NFL. Don't forget 1976. I don't know how much Hugh Culverhouse had to pay the league.
$700 million for Houston.
$700 million for Houston. Look and see what 1976 Tampa Bay Bucks were.
We did not like getting beat like that at road courses, and it's one race, but it was so important.
$16 million.
You know?
Congratulations to Tyler Reddick, and congratulations to Michael Jordan winning the first 3 NASCAR races and shoving it right up the Francis asses. So how much was it for the
$16 million.
So for the Buccaneers, Dan, back in 1976, it was $16 million.
Which was a lot back then.
I mean, he sold the team for $195.
Right.
$16 million just to get in. And how much was it for the for Houston?
700 change million.
700 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
And currently,
and Dan, so Dan, that would be like the way NASCAR was set up is that they go back to Houston in 5 years and say, I know you paid us $700 million, but we have the right to take that back unless you want to renew it. You know, well, no, bitch, I paid you to get in. I don't got to pay you again. Get the hell out of here.
I'm glad he helped fix that problem. I'm glad he's doing well. And
Michael Jordan is the man. I mean, if he's not the man in NBA, he leave it to Michael Jordan to fix white trash NASCAR.
Exactly, because NASCAR's been broken for years.
And it's straight white trash. It's just straight white trash. All their people are timing out. All the boomers that used to like it are timing out. They're not getting new people. Leave it to Michael Kickass, the all-time greatest GOAT, to come in and fix NASCAR. Hello, who's this?
And it says $5 billion.
Hey, Bubba, this is The Lock.
Who?
Comments, The Lock. Gene knows who I am. Anyway, great races with NASCAR sprints, or excuse me, the USAC sprints.
USAC sprints, yes.
Yeah, great show up there. Quick comment, and then I got to get back to work, is Harry Gant was Mr. September. He had 4 or 5 straight wins, and I think it was 5 straight wins in NASCAR.
The legendary Harry Gant, driver of the number 33 Skull Bandit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy, thank you. Lummy, rumor has it, I don't have video of it, and I think that this could be a heat getter. Because I think your wife has video of it, but she's not posted anywhere. Is that your son, the Great Walker, 4 or 5?
Well, he's 4.
4.
Yes.
Started his first trek into baseball with his first game this weekend. Now, was it T-ball?
Yeah, it's T-ball.
T-ball.
Yes.
T-ball. 4 years old, and he went 2 for 2.
Yeah. He actually hit it straight every time.
Where was the first one? And you said the second hit was actually better.
Yeah, the first one was pretty much like kind of like up the middle to where the pitcher would be, but obviously they don't have a pitcher.
And so that guy missed it.
Yeah, and then the next one was actually a pretty nice hit down third base, and it was pretty much.
Now, does he know to run to first?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Now, did he get any further than that?
He scored.
He did.
Yeah.
And there's video of all of this, except we don't have it.
Correct, which I've sent a text to Ashley. I'm very confused on why she didn't post the video. She posted pictures, so I wasn't able to take a video.
See if we can get some footage of that.
I'm working on it because very proud moments.
Very, very much proud moment. Seth, how's Sammy doing on soccer?
She's good. Her season ended last week.
Now, when does it pick back up, or is she hitting another sport, or is she locked into soccer? I know she was kind of dabbling in girls basketball a little bit with her fondness of Caitlin Clark.
Wait, what was the question? I'm sorry.
I said she was. I know that she was dabbling in girls basketball for a while.
Yeah. She's gonna stick with soccer for the time being right now.
Right.
She ended the season on such a high. I mean, it makes sense.
She had a great last game.
Well, good for her. Let me return. Terrell Owens and Chad Ochocinco said they slept with 17 women in 12 hours.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be a little bit concerned about maybe picking up a little something?
Well, T.O. had to take the big girl in one of them, too, so.
He took the big girl?
Yeah, he took the big girl.
Johnson claims it was 17 women, and T.O. had the big girl and had to take one for the team. Owens also said he was tired after about 3 of the women. Now, is this on a podcast?
Yeah, I believe Chad Ochocinco was talking about it on his podcast.
Could you see if you can
I
find
was
it?
trying to find the audio on it, so I'll see if it's out now.
Okay.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Kuwait was shooting at American. Did we free Kuwait?
Yeah. That was Bush.
Yeah, they're
Which
not
one?
attacking us, are they? They attacking F-15s?
There's a lot of AI shit up there. What's up,
We can't tell what the fuck's going on. That's the problem. Hey, are we allowed to talk about this?
No. Oh, you saw him out there?
Well, I had a couple over the weekend.
Oh, okay, yeah. Good.
On the
It's a little one by now.
the Florida beach.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Let's see.
Oh, he was ruggish for a prize. T-Tom. White Knights talking backwards.
Come on. Good, Greg D. Thanks.
Let me, if you can find me that story, let me know.
Well, I'm trying to see because it looks like some. God damn it. He talked about it for like 2 years ago, so I'm trying to listen to it.
Oh, okay.
And it's for some reason just coming back up now. But I was trying to get. I got that phone number for you.
Okay.
Do you have a tissue or something?
Tissue.
Tissue.
Do we need tissues?
Towel.
We need Kleenexes, tissues, napkins, paper towels, 2-ply,
Dish rags.
oven mitts.
Don't worry about it, Lummy.
What up, Berto?
Tired of paying sky-high cable TV bills? Sick of juggling endless streaming subscriptions? There's a better way. Go to getabox.com. With Get a Box, you get every channel, every game, every movie ever made. Watch local and national channels, live sports, all your favorite movies, and much, much more. This isn't another subscription. It's a one-time purchase. No contracts, no fees, no nonsense. For a limited time, use promo code BUBBA at checkout for $25 off any box. That's getabox.com, promo code BUBBA.
The following presentation has been closed captioned.
Great visual. I may try that.
Welcome to the revolution.
It's a remarkable achievement.
His perception becomes your reality.
Check this out.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The 2026 NASCAR Cup Series standings. Tyler Reddick won all 3 races so far, 3 of 3. 186 points. The next guy closest to him is his teammate Bubba Wallace at 116. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, SVG, Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, AJ Allmendinger, Michael McDowell, and Carson Hocefer round out your top 10. I'd love to see Tyler Reddick win it, the whole damn thing. And this year they're taking that playoff system stuff that they did, and I think they're eliminating that. And I think they break it down to 16 after a certain amount of time, and then it's just straight points. I think they're going back to that. A lot of people didn't like the elimination. You know, you start out at 16, a couple cars get eliminated every race, and then you get down to 4, and there's 4 left. And I think Lucas late model stopped doing that. I think a lot of people are just going back to points, I think.
I mean, it works back then. Why not just keep with it?
Tragedy, and as a matter of fact, I'm wearing my University of Colorado little pullover gimmick today that Dion's equipment manager sent me. Tragedy and Boulder as their, I think he wasn't their starting quarterback. I think he might have been QB2. But Dominique Ponder died last night in a single car accident. I think, right?
Yeah. See, he was he transferred from Bethune-Cookman here in Florida. He's from Opelika, Florida.
Oh, he's a Florida guy.
Yeah,
he's a Florida kid.
Sap's from Opelika.
No, he's from Apopka.
As the Colorado Buffaloes sophomore quarterback Dominique Ponder has just passed away at 23 years old. Coach Prime, the head coach of the Colorado Buffs, confirmed this over on his Twitter, writing, "God, please comfort the Ponder family, friends, and loved ones. Dom was one of my favorites. He was loved, respected, and a born leader. Let's pray for all that knew him and had the opportunity to be in his presence. Lord, you received a good one. Come for us, Lord. Come for us. # Coach Prime." I'm not going to get into great details of what exactly happened, but he did get into a single car accident. This just goes to show you to never take a single day for granted, because you never know when it will be your last. We're losing a lot of young folks at very young ages. But I'm sending all my thoughts and prayers over to Dominique Ponder's family, friends, and loved ones. We learned some very sad news today.
All right, so
how about Warren Sapp leaving the coaching staff?
Got that right here. And I got my opinions on that. I'm sure Dan, next to me, Dan would probably have a better relationship and know Warren better than me, just for the years that Dan spent with this team. And for the many interactions. Do you ever notice this, Dan? The only guy that could keep Warren in check when we were all together was Joe.
I know.
Was your father.
I know.
He would not act up around your dad. Now, your dad could be in the front row watching the ball game, and Rob Elder and him could have an exchange, but he was always very respectful of your father.
But if Dad stood up, Sap would comply.
Well, no, that was the equalizer.
Right.
And a lot of times, a lot of Sap's antics didn't make it to the front row. It was either Pat Maroon or somebody stepped in and got Sap out of the box before it got to your father. But if it ever did get to your father, your dad would literally say, Warren, knock it off.
Right.
And he would.
Yep, immediately.
But that's him and Ty J. Like, Ty J had the same effect on him. I think Sap's afraid of Ty J. So, anyway, Sap, shocking details on leaving Coach Prime. Here's my opinion. This is just strictly my opinion. So I think, Dan, here's the deal. I know Dion better than you do. Way better. And I think you know Sap way better than I do. And I know that Dion does not put up with any nonsense. And
that's what Sap's filled with.
And that's what Sap's filled with. And Sap being able to quell his nonsense around Coach Prime for these 2 years, probably eventually he got to a point where he acted stupid, said something stupid, got disrespectful, said something disrespectful, and Dion has no tolerance for it.
I think it could be two things. I mean, first of all, I agree with that has a lot to do with it. And I think it's the problem with Sap is that he just doesn't know when to stop. I think the undermining of the coach was so evident in the way that Sap would walk around and knock over all the orange pylons, and then Dion, the head coach,
literally come around and put him back up.
Right, and that is just so disrespectful for not only the sport itself, but also to your head coach, that you're doing something to make the head coach pick up after you. It's ridiculous.
How about to the university?
Right. It's stupid all across the board. And by the way, didn't their defense suck?
Yeah.
So Sap could be also partially let go because he failed as a defensive line coach.
Well, Sap left to pursue other opportunities.
Well,
yeah, that's what he says.
That's what he says, and that's probably what happened, but maybe Dion accelerated that privately by saying, you haven't really done much for our defensive line, and the baggage that you bring is not worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
I don't even know if I'd use Sap right now to advertise for my all-you-could-eat buffet. He's a pariah, and it's like playing with a crazy pit bull. He's so sweet, he's so sweet, until he snaps and bites your face off. And that's Sap. He's 99% awesome, and 1% he implodes.
Dion also has another Hall of Famer on his staff, and he doesn't have the reputation of going off, and that's Marshall Falk. Now, Marshall Falk,
gentleman.
Marshall Falk has a reputation of having 9 kids.
So?
But he does not have the reputation of this very volatile. Sap is a confrontational person waiting to happen. Whereas Dion, and I've known Dion since literally 1994, Dion is a measured, calm, collected, well-spoken person. In the midst of even the heat of the battle, Dion it will be, a gentleman.
Well, Falk's not there anymore. He got promoted. He took the head coaching job of Southern.
Oh, of Southern
College, Southern University, the historically black college in the SWAC.
In the HBCU.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. So here's the story. I don't know if I should probably reach out to Prime and ask Coach, with everything that's going on, would you want to come on the show and do a state of the Prime address?
Yeah, he won't be smirched, Sap, though.
Many people are wondering why Warren Sapp is no longer with the Colorado Buffaloes and the details behind him officially being let go, or what was people perceived as being let go. Either way, you guys hit the like button for me right now if you guys love the.
This guy reports it as perceived as being let go.
Colorado Buffaloes.
He's the only
or
one,
even
Bubba.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the only one?
He's the only one.
Okay.
Love what Warren Sapp wrote to the Colorado Buffaloes. One thing we will say is the ideal of him originally had a lot of the fan bases excited, or a lot of the Colorado Buffaloes.
Now here's the thing. If the Colorado defensive line played like Warren Sapp did, I mean, they were just straight dogs, quick off the ball, tenacious. Like Warren Sapp, listen, let me.
What part of Colorado's program was flourishing? If the defensive line was bad,
Special teams was good.
How come they haven't made the playoffs in 3 years since Deion's been there? I mean, they haven't done anything.
No, this isn't just isolating the defensive line, Seth. The whole team's in disarray. But, a lot of times if you do have a position coach, even though you have a bad team, you have a position coach that's that good and can have that big of an influence on kids, that particular statistic or stat line would come through, meaning sacks, pressures, things like that, tackles for loss. And his defensive line, just never. I mean, you could watch them even when they were in ball games and ball games that they win, and they didn't play like Warren Sapp. Now, I know that is, a little bit of a misnomer in the fact that, there's only one guy that can play like Warren Sapp. You have to have the ability, first of all.
Sapp had also an unbelievable natural ability, talent, speed, and strength. I mean, he was a freak of nature when it came to what he was able to do, and was gritty and dirty about it because he was mean. And he said, you have to be mean.
You got to be mean. You got to be a dog. But he had probably, arguably, and he was an undersized defensive lineman. He was 6'1", 300. Mm-hmm. They got guys now that are running 6'4", 340, but, he wasn't the biggest. He wasn't as big as Gerald McCoy. Mm-hmm. He wasn't as big as was it the Sioux guy, Lummy?
Yeah, he was meaner.
His first step off the ball and his hand movements, he had great hand control. He was lightning fast off the ball. And Dan, here's the it factor that you can't figure in. He was mean as a junkyard dog. Was he not? Just straight mean.
He criticized Gerald McCoy for helping another player off the ground. He's like, see, that's why he'll never be great. He's too nice.
He's just mean as a snake. And me and Dan have personally experienced his meanness. Mm-hmm. He is a prick.
Fan base
but can be charming.
Oh, he can be very charming.
He can be charming.
But you don't know. But would you at least admit to this, Dan? He can be charming, and in 0.5 seconds, snap.
Yeah, he's a time bomb.
And in that regard, I mean, he did come there and gave his best efforts, but, for whatever it's worth, it seemed like the last year the defensive line did.
Here's the deal, I mean, if this is a personnel issue with regards to Sapp's behavior or his mindset or him just being, not compliant, he was making $250,000 a year being an assistant defensive line coach. I mean,
he was 150, but he was one of the highest.
Was it 150?
Yeah, it was 150.
Okay, so it's 150. He was making 150 a year as like what they called a graduate assistant, or like that 150 a year for a single dude living in Boulder, Colorado. Now I know Boulder is a very expensive place to live, but you can still make it a pretty damn good leak. You can drive a nice car and have a nice place, nice apartment for $150 a year, right?
Yeah,
no, really go as planned. And I'm not really sure that he was the only guy or even the title defensive line coach. But for whatever it is, we do know that he had a lot to do with those defensive line guys. Hit the like button for me right now. Don't forget to subscribe. Turn that post notification bell on so we're going to jump right into it. Now, many of you guys know Coach Prime came with a lot of NFL guys, and it seemed like he wanted a lot of those Hall of Fame guys as well, from Marshall Faulk to Warren Sapp, himself. He brought the Pat Shurmurs, that was, an NFL guy, Robert Livingston. I mean, these were all pro guys. One thing we do know is the college game is a little different than the pro.
And I think every year, Deion, that Big 12 schedule's not an easy schedule.
No, it is not.
You got Arizona on there. You got Oregon on there.
BYU.
I guess you don't have Oregon on there, but you got
BYU, Utah,
Iowa State, right?
Yeah.
Arizona State. I don't know who's all in the Big 12.
But you got BYU, you got Utah. I mean, they're always going to be
No
up
matter
there.
how you want to look at it, I mean, the pro is the pro, and it is the standard in which where these guys are trying to get to. But for whatever it's worth, it haven't quite worked out for the Colorado Buffaloes, other than the 1 year where they had a Heisman winner and Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, etc. Either way, you guys can see Warren Sapp resigned from Deion Sanders' Colorado coaching staff after 2 seasons. Now, many people are wondering, or was wondering, was he fired? I mean, you guys seen a lot of off the field things that I gave to you guys, or seemed like what people would perceive as off the field things. But for whatever,
he looks mean as hell there, does he not?
whatever it's worth, sometimes in businesses people are able to resign, and sometimes people are straight up fired.
Now, I mean, didn't Deion's defensive coordinator or somebody go to the Broncos?
Yeah, the Broncos.
And
guy.
they're saying that Sapp might follow him to the Broncos. Man, if I'm Sean Payton, I don't want that cancer in my locker room. I don't.
I think the majority of staffs are filled out. What I think since we're all just throwing stuff out there, I think that Sapp was upset that he wasn't promoted to be the defensive coordinator. They promoted the linebackers coach after he left, and so I'm assuming with an abrupt resignation in late February that it might have had something to do with that.
I think you're probably onto it. I don't even know. I don't even know, Seth, that he was ever appointed as the official defensive line coach. I think he was an assistant to the defensive line.
No, they moved him up last year.
All right, so he was the D-line coach.
Yes.
This guy here, Carry 07X. Brad Culpepper made Warren Sapp. You couldn't say anything more stupid.
They made a good 1-2 punch.
They did. They did because you know why?
A jab
because,
and then a real hit.
You know why?
Curlin made Culpepper.
You know why?
Or wait,
no.
Wait, never mind. Sorry.
Do you know why, Brad? Because they were double teaming Sapp, so Culpepper could had single coverage or scrape coverage.
Well,
that's why.
It's just like Booger McFarland. When Sapp left and went to the Raiders, Booger was not the same.
No.
In this situation right here, Warren Sapp's tenure as an assistant.
I think Seth is dead on. When they didn't promote him to defensive coordinator, put the linebackers coach up there instead. I think you're right, Seth.
On Deion Sanders' coaching staff.
But here's the deal. Like, let me, if you ain't got another gig and you're making $150, but I'm thinking now, since he's was actually officially named the D-line coach, that was $150 as a graduate assistant. He had to be making more. And so, okay, you're mad.
No, he was still at 150 because that's the highest that the coordinator, because they were trying to, you got to fit it under that.
Okay.
Yeah, that window.
But if you don't have another place to go, and you're the official defensive line coach for Colorado, a Division I team at least, nonetheless. I don't know that you just up and quit unless you got something else. You hang on to that gig while you're looking for others.
I mean, if he's got money, I mean, what is it?
He ain't got no money. He filed bankruptcy.
Are you talking about like money from NFL money?
I'm just talking about. I don't know if he's living paycheck to paycheck.
No, I mean, Dan, we know that Sapp's had all kinds of financial issues.
He has, and he does get a pension, but
he also has 6 kids.
He's got a lot of bills.
Let me ask. Hey, Alexa, good morning. Hello, Alexa.
Good morning. According to research from the UK's Office of National Statistics, kids born in March are more likely to grow up to become pilots. So I guess you could say they aim high. Or maybe they just
Hey, Alexa,
read.
shut up. Hey, Alexa, how many kids does Warren Sapp have?
Warren Sapp has 2 children.
Oh, only 2. He should be rolling in it. He should be rolling in it, Lummy.
He should be, but
it
says he's the father of 6 children.
Oh, okay. She doesn't know.
I think he might, nah.
May have fudged. He may have gotten somebody to hack into Wiki.
Yeah, he has 4, then 2 other children with different women.
Maybe so. He's got
6 children,
with
5
3
women.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Saying. 6.
That's not expensive.
6 kids, 5 baby mamas.
That's what it says. Yes.
Ooh.
Has come to an end after 2 seasons, and this was reported a couple.
I mean, look at Warren Sapp's NFL career earnings.
60. It says 63 million.
63 million.
Days ago, kind of took the internet by storm. I mean, one thing I will say, Robert Livingston gone, Warren Sapp gone. Many people don't really know the newer guys that's coming in as the DC, as the defensive line coach, things along those lines. Like, a lot of people are not really familiar with their history. But for whatever it is, Warren Sapp has resigned from the Colorado Buffaloes football coaching staff to pursue other opportunities. So that is the detail of it. It looked like
I do have Warren's number. Maybe we should just cold call him.
Dan, go for it, dude.
Dan,
call him.
I know
just
you got.
call him.
I know you got it too.
Yeah, call him.
Let me make sure I got it here.
Yeah, call him right now.
Warren, Bubba, and Dan. Can I throw you in there, Dan?
Sure, you can throw me in.
It's Bubba and Dr. Diaco. We're live on the radio. Can you give us the scoop on you leaving?
He's got to answer. It could be USF calling. Who knows who's calling him to come work on their staff?
He's doing a lot of YouTube videos, I think. Still.
Is he?
Yeah.
Solving crimes or I don't know. Whatever he was doing before.
Yeah.
Solving crimes.
Maybe they set the Okeechobee. Maybe Okeechobee settled Dan.
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 8, 10 $million.
There's no way they gave him $10 million.
Well, I'm just saying. Maybe they.
How does Okeechobee get $10 million?
Exactly. There's not $10 million. If you add everyone's salary in Okeechobee together, you can't get the $10 million.
I got two different numbers. Well, Dan, let me ask you a question. Can you look at your numbers? Because I got a 487 and a 384. I got a 487 and a 384. What do you got?
Uh-oh.
I'm looking.
This is.
Yeah, I got SAP. I got Warren SAP and then SAP 2. I would think that
you got 487, you said?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay, 487.
That's the one that says 25 on it, so.
Now, he's so uppity that if I don't take him off the air and ask him to go on the air and he's actually on the air for a brief second, he would be the kind of guy that would sue me.
Oh, 100%.
No, he would.
He's looking for other opportunities.
Yeah, he really would. He really would. He knows.
And now you can't have Prime talk him out of it anymore.
Yeah, and I know I can't.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 3, 0, 1 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, Warren. It's Bubba and Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan, say hi to Warren.
Hey,
Warren.
Warren.
Warren just wanted to get your side of the leaving Colorado story. Are you going to better yourself? Are you going to take a head coaching job? We're pulling for you in either way, but wanted to get to the root of it from the horse's mouth, and we're fortunate enough to have your phone number, so we called you. If you'd like to call us back, we'd love to hear from you. 813-902-8222. Thank you, Warren, and good luck on whatever you're doing, bud.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message,
Should we
press
listen to
2.
it? Let me see.
To erase and re-record, message review.
Hello, Warren. It's Bubba and Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan, say hi to Warren.
Hey,
Warren. Warren just wanted to get your side of the leaving Colorado story. Are you going to better yourself? Are you going to take a head coaching job? We're pulling for you in either way, but wanted to get to the root of it from the horse's mouth, and we're fortunate enough to have your phone number, so we called you. If you'd like to call us back, we'd love to hear from you. 813-902-8222. Thank you, Warren, and good luck on whatever you're doing, bud.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To send your message with normal delivery, press 1. To send your thank you.
I thought that was, not adversary. I don't think there's any way he could cut that as, you're calling you up, being a dick.
No, not at all.
I don't think he could do that at all.
No.
He resigned. They said the statement said, CU Athletics thanks Warren Sapp for his contribution to our football program over the last 2 seasons and for his commitment to our student athletes. And like I said before, we don't know if, this is because of some off the field things, but one thing we do know, as is reported, he resigned. He took matters into his own hands, and he looked like he's looking for other opportunities. And for whatever it's worth, hey, man, you tip your hat to the man. Like I said, Warren Sapp is a guy, either you love him or you don't like him. Either way, it don't stop whatever he do.
You know who would know?
Ty J.
Number 8, yeah. Number 86. who listens to the show. Ty J, give us some insight. Don't be, don't be Johnny tight-lipped.
Like he puts everything in the back of his mind to keep going forward, whether it's good or bad. Either way, Warren Sapp resigns from Deion Sanders' Colorado coaching staff after 2 seasons. And like I said before, you guys get in the comment section below and let me know what you think about this whole situation right here. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe and turn that post notification.
This guy's good at this thing,
He's
man.
done it 3 times in 3 minutes.
He has.
Like
and Seth, he's pretty slick about it. You know what I'm saying? They'll fume.
I said before, Warren Sapp is a guy that many people speculated would be, with his name being attached to a program, a lot of the big boys in the trenches would want to come and play for the Colorado Buffaloes. And like I said before, for whatever it's worth, this is the NIL era. A lot of these guys want that bag more than anything. So his name really didn't hold much weight as pertaining to getting those bigger guys and really, really dominating on the defensive line. D. Lou had a great stint when he was there with Warren Sapp, but outside that, the defensive line kind of been mediocre. But for whatever it's worth, he did pursue other opportunities. I want to know what you guys think in the comment section below.
All right, yeah, thanks. Another shooting at Austin, Texas, a shooting, and then Cincinnati, Ohio, a public shooting. This one, I think, did this one kill? No, 9 injured, and it was at a concert venue.
Breaking here at home, shots ring out at a concert venue in the East End. Police confirming at least 9 people were shot at River.
It kind of makes you just want to stay home, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know. You don't know that concert, or you don't know if you're going to Buford's in Austin where all the college kids hang out. You don't know, man, if you're not going to get shot.
Front live on Kellogg Avenue. WLWT News 5's Richard Childs joins us live with the breaking details. And Richard, we've just gotten new video from a local business owner that'll likely be used by police in this investigation.
Now, video from all of these angles will certainly be invaluable to police as they continue their investigation. The crime scene tape is down here at Riverfront Live, but the investigation remains ongoing.
Riverfront Live.
Taking a look at that video and talking to witnesses, you get an idea of the chaos when the shots rang out.
Oh.
Now, as police continue their ongoing investigation, they tell us that the shots ringing out around 1 o'clock this morning. They say there was a detail officer inside the venue when the shooting started. That detail officer made that dramatic call for dispatch support, sending officers from District 2 here to this location. When officers...
It looks like the ghetto, does it not?
It's East End.
Yeah.
Arrived again, the chaos ensued out in the parking lot. Police confirmed for us that those 9 victims all have non-life-threatening injuries. At this time, police not releasing any suspect information, but again, you get an idea of the chaos.
Did they get the suspect in custody?
Chaos of the scene from listening to the 911 calls as well as from witnesses.
It's a little community down here in a way, and you don't want to see that. You don't want to see people get hurt. I'm lost for in a way, and you don't want
fiberglass custom. they put what you do for a living while they're interviewing you. Fiberglass custom repair.
That's better than witness.
It is.
Yeah, that's true.
Seth Kushner, radio show talk show host. Dan Diaco, plastic surgeon / lawyer.
to see that. You don't want to see people get hurt. I'm lost for words on it. I can't even really describe it.
Now, as police continue their ongoing investigation, they're asking anyone with information regarding the shooting to contact Crime Stoppers at number 513-352-3040. Reporting live this morning.
To me, it sounds like they don't have the bad guy in custody.
It looks like no, they do
when
not.
When they're asking for Crime Stoppers to step in, usually that means they don't have the bad guy.
Richard Childs, WLWT News 5.
Thank you for that update there. We'll, of course, check back in with you as this morning goes along.
Thank you. Let me go into words. Lummy, I think people will be interested in this. But I saw my son.
All right.
I saw my son 2 times.
Nice.
I saw him on Thursday and I saw him on Saturday. He came to the racetrack with him and his fiance Ace. We were able to talk, hammer some stuff out. And it was, so I obviously am very proud of the races and USAC and the open wheel modifieds and, of course, the flow racing Lucas Oil late models. But I also had something very, it was super, super, super cool that I was able to make contact with him and spend on Saturday night, spend about 15 minutes talking.
Nice.
Wow.
So that's the first time in 6 years.
Wow.
So
that's awesome.
And it was all good. Like, it was all good. And I think we're going to try to start communicating and maybe hanging out.
Oh, good.
That'd be wonderful.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is. I'll give you some details on that one.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Come on, there, Jake. What's up, Bubba's Gang goes? Try to get three guarded. Oh. You said Wiley. What's up, Stop and Go, Steve? You mean IKK Inba? Almost hit that team, eh? Sure, just popping down the board. On the chip, 60 months. What's up, Uncle Rookie? Nerd.
What do you need to do? What do you?
Is it glove loosening up a little bit?
Oh yeah. No, it's great. I got. I mean, you can put me in the World Series. I trust this thing right now. Make the game-saving catch. Let me, is it BubbaArmyPicks@gmail.com?
BubbaArmyPicks@gmail.com. Yes, sir.
Big Gus tractor and equipment has grown so fast, mostly because you badass Bubba Army and Florida Man Radio. Big Gus is in need for some experienced technicians, and unlike others around, Big Gus will pay you for what you're worth, including payment for all your certifications and continuing education. We're talking about a six-figure income potential in your very first year with matching 401k. Big Gus tractor and equipment, they service all makes and models of agricultural and construction equipment. Apply at BigGusTractor.com. Make sure you tell them Bubba Army.
What is there not to like about the show? Bubba the Love Sponge. Guys are awesome. And I love the sponge. The show's cool. It's real, man.
He makes me laugh my ass off every time I listen.
I'm a full trucker effect, man, so it gets me through the day all the time. Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Myself, Seth Kushner, Dr. Dan Diaco, Macho Man Lummy. So Thursday, I get a text from Tyler that he'd like to. Would it be okay for him to come to my racetrack to watch the races? His stepfather Augie has a car entered into that night's event, driven by a guy named the Big Perm.
Oh, nice.
Because he's got this perm. Like it's kind of like a mullet perm. They call him the Big Perm, and I'm like taken back. I'm like, oh my God, this is the first I've ever heard from a long time. So I'm like, yes, absolutely. I'll have tickets waiting for you and Ace. So the very first night, I saw them and I walked up to them and it was really, really, really brief. It was just like, hey, nice to see you. I miss you. Just if you want to come any other night, just let me know. I'll have it all waiting for you. And it was just kind of, it was real brief, but because what do? You got to keep it brief, positive, not get into any of the nonsense. And then Saturday night they came, but I was really, really busy with trying to get the track ready because it was so wet, and so I really didn't expect to see them. I knew they were coming, but I thought they were hanging out with Augie in the 58 deal. His car got in a bad wreck. I thought maybe Tyler was helping with that car a little bit. And then Merch Crick and I are loading up, and here comes him and Ace to thank me for the tickets. And we got kind of into a long-form conversation about when they're going to get married and
nice.
If I can help in any way, shape, or form. Or
are they getting married?
I think they are.
Okay.
I think they are going to get married probably within the next year. And because it's something they've been engaged for a while, and I asked, when you all going to get married, and they had some different options, whether they elope and then come back and have a little bit of a party, or whether they have and I was like, listen, I think that's probably the most economical, and I think in today's, these are younger kids, they're 24, 25. I don't necessarily know if the big over the top church wedding, I don't know if that's in play as much as it used to be anymore.
$100,000 on a 50-50 bet.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but what I'm saying, Dan, is like, it was that tradition, the traditional marriage and the format of the traditional marriage, meaning big church, preacher,
150, 200 guests. Right, that's what I'm saying. $100,000 event on something that has a less than a 50% success rate seems foolish these days when you look at things from a cost benefit analysis.
Kind of like what Jay and Candle did. Jay and Candle eloped, And then when they got back, they had like a celebration of their marriage. Very locked down guest list, just the friends and family and close friends. And that was my suggestion. I'm like, yeah, So, and if I can help, or Aunt Tara can help, or whatever, help you find. And let me, don't forget, we got Gloria Zach, who's the #1 wedding planner in the world.
That's right.
So whether I can get Gloria involved, whether I can get my sister involved, or I get involved.
When did they get engaged?
A couple years ago. Couple years ago.
Did you know about it when they did?
Well, I saw it on social media.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I saw it on social media. So I knew they were engaged. So I just asked, when you guys getting married? And they were like, we don't know. We're thinking about it. And I'm like, and then they asked my opinion. Do you think we should have, like a traditional kind of deal? And then they told me we were thinking about maybe eloping, and then going out and doing like a trip, like a 1 week trip out west, and then coming back and finding a venue to do a party in. And I'm like, listen.
Did you recommend the Warsaw Bridge that you emerged from?
The Chinworth Bridge?
Yeah.
No. I said, listen, kids, I think, eloping and then going out and having like a honeymoon vacation, and then coming back and inviting all your family to a facility that I can probably, me and my family can probably help you with. And inviting everybody, and we all, from Ace's mom and dad to Tyler's mom and her husband Augie, who is a really good friend of mine, by the way. We all finally get along and celebrate these two getting married, and so that's the conversation we had. And in conjunction with Tyler, me helping Tyler get all these trophies that he's got, those trophies he's got. And I don't want to get rid of, but we have to have out of the building here by, obviously soon.
Yeah.
Would you officiate?
No, and nor would they want me to. No. I think the eloping will be, I don't even know that I'll be invited to that process, and I don't expect to be. I
wasn't Jay's.
You were, see, there you go. You set precedent. You weren't invited to Jay's. Jay knew. Jay knows who the bad guy of the family is, just like I am. I'm you, Dan. You know what, Dan? I had one of your brothers that say that Dan is the Bubba the Love Sponge of the Diaco family.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, this time.
No, Dan, you get so defensive. You can't. Why can't that be funny?
I laughed.
No, you did not. You got mad. You got mad about it. You got mad about it.
He laughed. It was the most mad laugh there was.
Yeah,
but he laughed.
You kind of
laughs
are
through the pain.
You kind of
It does
are.
help with the pain.
You kind of are the Bubba the Love Sponge of the Diaco family. Very talented. Hold on, very talented, but mess up.
Misunderstood, Bubba?
Misunderstood. Yes, that's the problem. I'm misunderstood.
Very talented, misunderstood, and make a few mess ups because you march to the beat of your own drum.
Right.
So, I think that's in play, don't you think? I mean, I think that analogy is in play.
Yeah, I think so.
So anyway, I did have a great conversation with Tyler and with Ace, and I think that this is going to lead to more positive conversations. And I gave him a big hug, and I told him I loved him and I missed him. And then I had to make it official. I gave him an ear grip.
Also, nice. Did you leave out a hug or a handshake?
Oh no, I hugged the hell out of him. I hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek and an ear grip, and I gave her a hug.
Ear grip?
And no, I didn't give her an ear grip. And
can I ask a question? That's I don't know if I'm asking something that's off air or not, but here we are. Is he okay with you talking about that? You guys are back talking?
Well,
I was wondering that too, Seth.
I don't know. It's probably something I should have asked. But,
okay.
but here's the thing. It's not anything like this is all.
No, I know. I understood what he. I think I understood what he was looking for before, or what was bothering him.
But he has to realize that this is my life.
Sure.
And if I was talking about stuff that probably I shouldn't be talking about, but this is a celebratory, happy moment for me. And I think there's nothing bad you can slice out of anything that I've said.
Right.
And it's just
before when you guys weren't talking, it was dicey about how you would frame stuff. Yeah,
I'd probably say too much or whatever. It could be construed one way or the other. Whereas I don't I want nothing but great things for these kids. I want to help these kids. I want all of us to be one big happy family. My mom's getting older. She turns 80.
Did you tell him that he needs to call Janie Cakes? Or has he been in contact with her? Or?
Dan, I'm not going to get into all that.
Okay,
I'm not going to get into I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like that,
sure.
That further gets into it.
I understand.
That gets us into the muck and the mire.
Right.
Okay.
And
I didn't think that question would do it, but sorry.
The only thing that I asked him is I said, hey, can this be the start of a good thing? And they said yes, absolutely. They both. She's doing really well. She's a nurse in Ocala.
Oh wow.
And he's doing. I don't necessarily know if he wants people to know what he's doing for a living, but he's got a good job.
Nice.
And see, those are the kind of things, Seth, normally I would say what he was doing, and he probably wouldn't want me to say that.
Yeah, you got to hold on to something, man.
Right. But her working she's an RN.
That's awesome,
I mean,
man.
like that's a pretty good job.
Love nurses.
She makes a good living.
Great people.
And she looked great. He looked great. They got a little wiener dog that they had with them, and it just everything was great. And so it was a very positive situation. I wasn't really. This is what really made me super happy in the fact that I knew I saw him on Thursday, and it was kind of just an introductory kind of deal. And then they sought me after Saturday night because it was kind of a lot of commotion because, everybody's packing up, getting ready to go home because we've been there for 6 days and we're packing up. And I knew they were there, but I thought maybe they would try to beat the traffic out. Augie, his stepdad's car got wrecked early on, so I could see where Tyler and her, might want to get out of there quickly because traffic it was packed Saturday night. And next thing I know, him and her show up at my RV to say goodbye and thank you for the tickets, and I wasn't expecting that.
That's awesome,
and
man.
So in doing that, I think that was, if I'm not trying to overthink things or get too far down the road of secrecy or family secrecy, and with them coming to me Saturday night unannounced, I think that was maybe kind of their way of saying, hey, we want to maybe, try to turn this thing around and all of us have a relationship of some type.
This will be tough for you, but I don't think you have to dissect all your interactions with them anymore because I think that overall, once you guys already broke the dam of actually talking and getting to the point where you guys were going to see each other, I feel like that was the biggest hurdle.
Yeah. I think you're right. I don't think I have to give updates on how me and Tyler and Ace or how Tyler and Ace are doing. I don't think I have to do any of that, and nor will I. But this was a very, very monumental thing for me that I've been struggling with for a long time. A lot of it's my fault. And this was, this made whatever good or bad happened at the Winter Nationals, from USAC to the modifieds to the late models, track conditions, too wet, too rough, too dry, canceled Friday night. It made all of that not mean as much as having a conversation for the first time in a long time with my son, and my son being super cool and his fiance being super receptive.
Can you put him back in the will now so we don't have to take the BRN once you pass?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'll put.
Everybody was getting a piece except him.
Here's the thing: I don't have anything to give my stuff to except him, and I want him to have everything that I have left.
Your entire catalog, right? I mean, that's going to be worth.
I mean, it's hard telling what my catalog could generate a month just on remote control. I mean, it's certainly not going away. And my catalog is certainly posted, and
Well,
So
I mean,
I'd probably have to hire a manager of the catalog.
Tom Bean, right?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to probably hire a hands-on technical guy.
It's like having the Beatles masters, man.
And then, like give that person a percentage of what my catalog generates and then give the rest to Tyler.
Well, you got to think about all your toys, too.
Well, I mean, I own some stuff.
Yeah.
What, the Crown Vic?
Yeah.
And the cream machine.
Cream machine, the smart car.
Let's not get crazy. IRS could be listening.
That's it. Last girl will take all that, put all the junk in his yard.
So it was unbelievable. And he looked great, and he was in a good mood, and she looked great, and she was in a good mood, and everybody, from his mom Jenna to her mom Brenda, to his grandma Linda. I hope we all can just put our differences aside and all get along as a family, and because these two kids are going to probably end up being married, and we have a big ceremony for them. We're all there, and it's just easier as we get older to appreciate family. And that the expression, you don't know what you got till it's gone. Well, I had something taken away from me for 5 years, and it makes me appreciate it now way more. And if it means changing my ways on whatever upset him, I will.
Did you break the news to him?
What's that?
That Hulk Hogan died?
No.
His godfather.
That is his godfather, and I'm sure that he's very familiar with that. So somebody's calling on the 813. I don't know if it's Warren Sapp or not. We got to answer the phones quickly. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bubba? It's Brandon the Quad.
What's up, Brandon the Quad? So, Brandon the Quad, I watched Iowa versus Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma State whipped that ass.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, they did.
I mean, whipped that ass.
That's why Tom Brand needs to leave.
I'm just telling you, man, like the Oklahoma State guy, I think they're undefeated in their new facility.
Yeah, they're undefeated at home. That's their old facility. They're not going to build a...
Didn't they build a wrestling specific facility? Like Wrestling Dan is so big in the Midwest that they built like a 5,000 to 10,000 seat facility made just for wrestling, so that like instead of the bleachers being kind of like normal basketball, like it's on, they literally built. Let me see if you can find me the Oklahoma State wrestling facility.
That's Ohio State that did that.
Oh, but didn't Oklahoma State do it too?
Because they got an old building that has a bunch of history in it.
Ohio State built a wrestling specific building.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Iowa? Iowa is supposed to be the mecca of collegiate wrestling. Why didn't Iowa build a wrestling specific facility?
Well, what we do, Harvard's just got a lot of history in it, and we can fit over 15,000 people in it.
Is the
Penn
head
State's number one?
Is the head coach of Iowa catching a bunch of crap right now?
He's catching it for me, but I'm not going to go up and tell him he needs to leave.
Well, yeah, but is it Brandon, here's the deal. You're the kind of guy that could be like a reporter and give a coach a hard time because you're handicapped and they can't do anything to you.
Right.
I mean, a coach couldn't even really get lippy back to you because you're so handicapped with that spitting cobra.
Well, see, when I had season tickets, he'd come up and talk to me all the time, and he'd grip my knee and he'd always scare me because I didn't see him coming.
Oh boy!
Now the knee grips and the season tickets have gone away, have they not?
Yeah, because I don't want to spend $300 to watch that crap.
Yeah. So Iowa's, are they even rated in this? Are they even rated right now, Iowa?
Yeah, number 6. That's the worst. That's the worst showing that we've ever had.
Well, your program's dominant when you're rated 6. They're ready to fire you, Dan, and you're rated 6.
Yeah.
Well, it says that they're losing a lot of their wrestlers to better, like they're getting paid more.
Oh, that's right.
Other schools or other sports?
I
Other
forgot.
schools,
Hold
other
on.
schools.
The NIL's in play on all sports.
They said they're only paying their best guy $100,000, and the rest, a lot of wrestlers are leaving.
Dan, I wonder what like the Duke basketball starting five make. Can you imagine?
No, it's disgusting.
Isn't Duke, don't they have a really good program this year?
They've been great for the last 25, 30 years.
They put out, they got guys, 2 or 3 guys in the pro. The top 2 guys for Rookie of the Year this year, Con Knippel and Cooper Flagg both went to Duke.
Cooper Flagg, what was he making in NIL? Man.
Oh, he had to have been doing really well.
Wasn't he the number 1 overall? Cooper Flagg?
Yeah. Now they have Duke has Carlos Boozer's kid on their team, who's going to be a top draft pick.
The Boozer twins, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, Brandon the Quad, what are you calling about, my friend?
Hey, Bubba, I have a quick question. On Friday night, I'm doing comedy at the Eagles. They're going to put me up on stage to be the headliner.
Yeah?
Yes. So I was wondering if I order some stickers to hand out, you think they'll be here by Friday?
Well, I mean, yeah.
We'll get Lummy there by Friday. I mean, this sounds like a big deal.
I mean, you're going to be doing comedy?
I might send Gary Cantrell over to tape the deal.
He's headlining the Eagles. I mean, he worked that in so casually.
Headlining the Eagles. No, do you got some? You know what I think you should do, Brandon? I mean, have you been working on your material?
Well, actually, you know what the funny part was? A lot of it's going to be just the stuff I got into in Florida. Thanks to you, because nobody wants to believe me that you got me hooked up. So
I know, but how about this? I was thinking like maybe Friday morning, you kind of we have you on the air and you kind of go through your set a little bit, like, you know what I'm saying, Seth? Like he does a little practice set.
I'm fine with it. Brand, have you been practicing a lot?
No, this is going to be my first time, and it's just going to come off the top of my head.
Oh boy!
Well, don't you gotta have like 15 minutes?
Brandon, that's
gonna be terrible.
Brandon, for us guys that are kind of in the business, so to speak, just going up there and doing the top of your head stuff. I mean, you really got to have some stuff written, you know, like an opening and then like a couple 3 or 4 bullet points you want to get into, and then like
outline,
and then like a little bit of a close. Like you just because you're going to be up there, you're going to be drunk, and you're going to completely forget about it. Then you're going to lock up. And then
your chair's going to die, and it's going to be a
your chair's going to run out of battery juice, and then you're just going to sit there, and they're all going to look at you. It's going to be horrible, Brandon. You got
to. They're going to give me a Britney Spears mic, so I don't have to worry about rolling over the corner.
Oh, they're going to give you like a headset microphone.
Yeah.
You're like,
You can start knife dancing too.
So listen, Brandon.
15 minutes is a long time.
I'm just telling you, man. You know, from being on all the Bubba Paloozas that we did and stuff, 15 minutes is an eternity when you're up there and you got now on the standard Friday night Eagles crowd. What are you expecting capacity? Like, how many people?
About 20.
20?
All right.
Yeah.
20 people on a Friday night?
Because we have independent wrestling coming every month, and those guys are promoting it.
Yeah, hold on. You have independent wrestling that comes in once a month, and the wrestlers are promoting the comedian end of it?
Yeah, because they do comedy, and they asked me if I wanted to be special attraction.
Now, hold on. Are they pro wrestlers, or are they comedians?
They're trying to do both.
Oh, Jesus. Seth, I know that you're very smart, very close to the pro wrestling community, but this might be a whole new revolutionary kind of type deal where the babyface goes out and does a 10-minute set before the heel comes in, cuts them off, and they start the match. You know what I'm saying?
Seems like they're revolutionizing this. Yeah.
Hey, did you hear about the one time? Yeah. Hey, Brandon, why don't you try to prepare a little something? And by then, Friday morning, when we're running a little bit loose, like maybe in the last hour of the show, like in the 9 o'clock hour, after you've masturbated and taken the edge off, because usually you masturbate early on, why don't you in the 9 o'clock hour call us and run us by some of the material that you've written or some of the things that kind of maybe formatically how you might want to do this big. This is your break, Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon, have you ever thought about what if you nailed it and there was somebody there that's like, man, I'm going to get you booked on, America's Got Talent. Next thing you know, you're out there in front of, Howie Mandel and Simon Cowell. Yeah. And you're out there with your Cobra and your wheelchair out there cutting jokes, and you're the next big thing.
Yeah, and you guys will be riding with me because I won't forget you.
Well, that's great. Thank you. But it all starts with I don't think, Brandon, that you're good enough or quick enough on your feet. That I think that you need to have something a little bit written. That's just
you don't recommend him doing crowd work? Kind of going after the crowd?
Like where you from, how you doing, you single, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I think after he's established his opening, he could get into some crowd work, but he's going to have to explain who he is, what's he doing, and then maybe a couple little zingers, then into some crowd work, Lummy, and then a close.
Perfect.
Brandon, do you think that you're going to be you think you're going to be nervous, or you think that you're going to be fine because you'll probably know everybody there?
I'm going to be fine because half the Eagles people already know what I'm. Because I just cut jokes every day.
Let me ask you a question, Brandon.
There's a semen on his sweater already.
Brandon,
he's nervous, but on the surface he looks sweaty and red.
On the 20 people that you know, is there one particular guy that you got a joke that you could crack on him? Be like, I know that you guys are looking at me here in my.
You got him as a Canadian now. I see.
In my wheelchair, but old Joe over there, Joe, how'd that last divorce go for, buddy? Not too good.
Actually,
looks like you're back. Go ahead.
Actually, I do because one of my best friends there, he got divorced. And his wife left him for a guy in a wheelchair, and that's true.
Yeah. So hold on.
You should close with that. That's great.
See, I've already written it for you. What's that guy's name?
It's BJ.
His name's BJ.
Yeah.
You'd be like, well, hey, BJ, don't be getting all crazy seeing a handicapped man in a wheelchair thinking I'm going to be taking your wife like that other feller did.
Because we went to the casino yesterday, and I spent $200.
Yeah. Is there a punchline to that? I went to the casino yesterday.
I think he was just telling you about his day.
And I spent $200.
Yeah, and I didn't.
So you need to have you need to have a punchline to that. Like, hey, went to the casino.
I was just telling you about it.
Well, people don't want to know. They don't.
He's just telling you, Bubba. He's not working out his act. He's just being a friend.
Well, can you cobble together a little act, maybe?
Yeah.
Brandon, every one of us guys in this room, by the way, like from Dan, when him roasting me to Seth, to every one of us, if we were in your position, I think it's pretty safe to say that we would have prepared something. So we're not just sitting up there, crippled, holding a Miller Lite with your spitting Cobra and your your Janet Jackson headless wireless headset on, cutting jokes on BJ who lost his wife to a guy in a wheelchair. Like, that's the only joke you got so far.
No, I got because they just want to know like my life story, and I'm just gonna spin it into jokes.
Okay.
I like it. No, yeah, I think this is gonna work. Can we get Lummy? This might be pushing it too far, but can we just let Brandon stream this on the Bubba Army YouTube? I mean, can we just go live? I feel like this
or
is
have somebody tape it at least.
Yeah, there's just gonna be this is gonna be solid
but
material.
Him going live, I mean, I don't know if those logistics would be able to pull those off easier than just having somebody tape it and we get it.
I know. It would just be something to look forward to on Friday night.
It would be.
Remember that comedian that had cerebral palsy?
Yes.
He was pretty funny, and he kind of, he worked that into his act.
But he also had
He was funny.
He also had a little bit of an outline as to what he was going to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you're not going to come and go, hi, I'm Brandon the Quad, and I was born with an umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, and it caused me to be in the position that I am today. And hey, but BJ, don't laugh because a guy in a wheelchair took your last wife from you. But other than that, I like wrestling. And how about those Iowa Hawkeyes? They're 6th rated, and the coach is getting ready to get fired after he stopped.
Actually, I was gonna ask him how many people have watched OnlyFans before, and then I was gonna go into that whole story.
You mean the fact that that we arranged you to have a threesome with 2 hot chicks But that's not funny if they've never seen it, and the majority of those people probably haven't seen it.
But the promoter, that's what he told me.
Well, how about this, Brandon LaClaw? Do they got a TV system through at the Eagles there in BFE, Iowa?
Yeah, he's got 260-inch TVs.
All right, 260-inch TVs. Well, why don't you pipe in your OnlyFan footage and show them your OnlyFan footage before you go on stage? You know, kind of like an appetite. Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring in Brandon the Quad for his 15-minute set, we want to play for you his greatest moment in his life is when he went to Florida for 2 years in a row and he lost his virginity. The first year was just him on with a porn star named Caitlin Hatley, and then the second year was Caitlin Hatley brought in another Consuela chick, and he did a threesome. Put your eyes on these two TVs right here and watch Brandon. Just watch Brandon.
I was going to do that, but I just wanted to get your permission first. I didn't want to overstep any boundaries.
Oh, hell yeah. That footage is my footage is your footage, my friend. You do whatever you want with it. Now, but Brandon, you might get in trouble. They might have public obscenity laws, and that is very, very graphic.
What town is he doing this in?
Soon to be locked up, Iowa.
They're not going to arrest him. They're not going to arrest him.
I don't even know. I don't even know that they can. I don't even know that cops can handcuff you. I don't know physically that you can be handcuffed behind the back.
No, we don't have a cop car in our town that'll take me because they can't afford it. I've already asked them.
They don't have a handicap van to be able to arrest him, so they have to just,
call my mom, and she said she'd take me home.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I could see that his act being funny would be something that's been like, hey, I'm in a wheelchair, I'm confined to a wheelchair, but don't feel sorry for me. Who else gets to have their mom clean up their jizz after they masturbate? Who else gets to?
Easy.
But that kind of
the word jizz, you can't.
I'm sorry.
Be careful.
Mess.
Who gets to clean their mess? Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you could make it funny by talking about some of your needs, and they can act like you're privileged because you have your mom cleaning up your mess, and someone that wipes your butt and peels your grapes and blends your juices. You know what I'm saying? That sort of thing would make it more funny instead of singing like my vagina's not handicapped.
I think that he's hell bent on not being prepared, not preparing anything. As much as we've tried to step in, Brandon, it's amazing that you won't listen to us. Your favorite show, who really, really knows the entertainment business far better than.
They just threw it on me last week, and it's this Friday, so I just.
You got 5 days. You got 4 or 5 days to prepare a 15-minute set.
And the final thing should be you jumping something in your wheelchair.
No.
Well, I am going to be on stage because I got a little ramp that I'm going to roll up on.
The coolest thing is if you just back up your wheelchair to the back of the stage and then just launch it right off the stage, right onto the tables. And by the way, those wheelchairs, the batteries are so heavy. We had his old one. They're about 150 pounds.
Yeah, he's not jumping anything.
Yeah.
Hey Brandon, have you wanted to do stand-up comedy before? And when the wrestlers approached you, you just thought it was a good idea, or did they talk you into it?
They talked me into it because I was drunk.
Yeah. Well, first of all. I don't have anything for you because you're not listening to us. I wanted to give you some advice to be prepared, to write a little something out, be far more prepared than just doing it the way you're going to do. But you're obviously dead set against not doing that. I can't believe you're not doing it. You're not listening.
Well, this is just the first time I just.
Who wants to hold on? It's just the first time. Who wants to suck on the first time? What if you nailed it? There's far more possibilities for you than if you suck. Do you just automatically want to suck?
No, but I don't think I want to do it full time because then my mom would have to retire and all that shit. Oops, sorry.
Oh, your mom had to retire so you could take care of her?
Listen to me. You stand up. Listen, you could do stand-up comedy in front of the computer screen. And have like an X channel and a YouTube channel and it'd be Brandon the comedy quad. Brandon the comedy quad. Next thing you know, you're making a living at the deal. Next thing you know, you're making 50, 60 grand a month on digital because you're branding the Comedy Quad.
That could work.
Comedy Quad is good.
Branding the Comedy Quad.
It's not much of a stand-up.
And there's not a lot of competition in that space, right?
No, the last person that kind of tried it a little bit was Eric the actor, and he's no longer with us.
Yeah. So be our Eric the actor and put some time and effort into this. Act like a big time star. Write some stuff and act like a superstar. Roll around like a pimp. I mean, listen, not a lot of men that are multimillionaires with Ferraris and not a lot of men have had threesomes. That's usually one of the ultimate boxes that most men never get a check in their life. And you solidly checked it as a quadriplegic.
Yeah, because when I told the promoter that, he thought for 6 weeks, he thought I was lying about that. And then I told him to look it up.
Yeah. All right. Well, Brandon the Quad, I mean, if you feel inclined to call the show on Friday because you've come up with a little rough outline of what you might do on stage this Friday night at some small piss-ass town in Iowa at the Eagles in front of about 22 people, if you'd like to share that with us on Friday, give us a call then. Okay, buddy?
All right. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
I love you guys.
We love you. Love you too, buddy.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You guys want like to throw? What's up, Cable Dog? What's up, Marker and Cali? Interesting combination. What's up? Slick ride. People cash out them Bubba Army tips. Big Laundry, good morning. Put that thumbs up. 7 inches below the fan. Thumbs up. Let's get 1,000 before 9. Morning, love my dogs. Yeah, I saw it. Slept his glasses out.
Player in the 50s. I got a bunch of Academy Awards. It's called
A ping pong guy?
Yeah, ping pong. Something like extraordinary, like Sydney Extraordinaire.
Is he special needs?
No, it wasn't. He was a scammer.
A scamming ping pong player in the 50s? What are you watching, Dan? Ooh, man.
It is.
I'm here for the sponge. Mate, it's all about mate. It's got to be Bubba.
I laughed so hard.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Ow!
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
More killings. This one at the opening of the Nipsey Hussle Snoop Dogg new hamburger place. I think in Compton, Long Beach.
Yeah,
Can't even open up. Can't even pay homage to the great late Nipsey Hussle with a Snoop Dogg kicker by opening up a new hamburger joint without getting somebody killed.
We're following this developing news. Long Beach police responding to the newly opened Marathon Burger in Long Beach. News Chopper 4 was up over the downtown area earlier today where we saw several police vehicles outside of the restaurant. Right there, you could see them. Police tape stretching across the parking lots as well as into some apartments. Today was the grand opening of that new Marathon Burger location. Plenty of people were there outside. We will continue to follow this and have the latest on the NBCLA app.
Can't even open up a new hamburger joint with somebody. I didn't know Little John's son died. Cause of death revealed.
New tonight, the cause of death now confirmed for Nathan Smith. He is the son of...
And she's beautiful.
Atlanta rapper Lil Jon. According to the medical examiner, Smith died from drowning while under the influence of magic mushrooms.
Let me tell Mitch we're a little worried about him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't let him go swimming.
Smith, also known as DJ Young Slade, he was reported missing on February 3rd after leaving his Milton home under what police called unusual circumstances. Well, 3 days later, officers found his body in a nearby pond. His death is ruled an accident.
Magic mushrooms.
Did he not know how to swim, or did he go into the lake and not know what was going on when he was on the mushrooms?
Probably maybe a combination of both.
Did he think the lake was something else?
I don't know what type of. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've never been on. I was on magic mushrooms one time, and it was so bad that I couldn't go up this. I couldn't make it up the stairs.
So if you knew how to swim, you could forget.
I think if you're on magic mushrooms, like you totally could forget like what 2 + 2 was,
or think that I know how to swim, and like I think I could do it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably wasn't a good swimmer, and being on mushrooms.
The water was calling him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was hot or something. He was trying to cool off, and you get in there. Next thing you know, you lose your swimming ability.
It was like the guy that was paddleboarding at the Obamas that drowned in 3 feet of water.
I never heard about that.
The chef.
The chef.
So anyway, I'm not trying to like be all Johnny Hotshot or anything like that, but I was on the Indiana State powerlifting team, Lummy, and I know what and I have bench pressed competitively, and when you bench press competitively, you can have an arch and your shoulders and your butt have to be touching the bench. Now, you can put an arch in your back, which kind of puffs up your chest a little bit, but your butt can never leave the bench. And if they can see air underneath your butt, then it doesn't count.
Yeah, your butts and your shoulders aren't supposed to lift.
Now, this one was at the NFL Combine, and, you're just supposed to rip them off like 1, 2, 3, 4. So, somebody got their phone going on?
No. Watch started talking.
What are you going on over here?
What's in your shoulders aren't supposed to lift. My watch picked you up talking.
Your
my watch, my Apple Watch, started picking you up talking.
It's listening.
That's
to
a
you.
new one.
Yeah.
Write that one down as a Lummy excuse. So anyway, and I'll believe anything at this point because I can't see him and he can't see me. So, but at this point here now. A competitive bench starts where they unrack it for you, you stabilize it, you go down, you touch your chest for a brief second. They tell you to press, and then you press. When you're doing just a gym bench for repetitions like this is, by the way, the NFL Combine, one of the many skill sets that they do is they put 225 on a bench. And they see how many times you can press it. I think there was a guy that set a new record this year at 48 or 49.
Whoa.
See if you can find me that guy. I forget what.
It's hard to do the bar that many times for any of us.
It's 45. I mean, 49
I'd like to
reps.
see you do it 49 times in a row.
I used to do the bar for 100 times.
That's a hell of a workout, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, then you'd put 30. Then you'd put 45 on, and you could maybe do it like 10 times because you're just completely free, But anyway,
talk about working out the failure.
This guy here. I guess now, Lummy, upon looking at it further, they're going. He was within one. He was an Arizona State wide receiver. And the record for wide receivers was 27. He came within one of tying the record. But upon further review, they may cancel out all of these because watch his ass.
Let's go. Lock out. All the way out. Lock out.
He's back.
You can have that arch in the back.
Right.
But you can't have that butt.
There's 2 things you can't have. You also can't bounce that much.
Yeah, he's bouncing
They'll
it.
wave those off.
Whereas, if you show me the guy that did 49, I'll show you the right way to do them.
It was in 2011.
It was what?
2011.
All right, send it to me. None of these should count.
I agree, Bubba.
In about 2027, Danny called out a Buccaneer player.
2027?
2007.
Jay, over the weekend you've developed some unbelievable skills of being able to see the future, my friend.
2007,
I knew you're the most amazing lawyer in town, but now you can tell me what's going to happen in 3 years.
2007, Danny had a conversation with a Bucs player in the locker room and challenged him to this exact competition. And Danny can fill in the blanks, but how many did you do, Dan?
Danny, first of all, you got to tell us who the player was.
It was one of the offensive linemen. He was hurt, and he was coming back from an injury, and it wasn't a real famous guy.
Was it Jeremy Trueblood? Because he was a god-awful at 225.
No.
Okay.
And he was bragging that he was able to bench 225 25 times. I'm like, really? I can do that. He's like, no, you can't. I'm like, yeah, I can. He goes, I bet you $1,000 you can't bench 225 25 times with the trainer supervising and calling off bad presses.
Right.
I'm like, yes, I can. Give me 1 month to train for it. So I spent a month, trying to do reps and stuff like that, getting back in it. And so we go in there, and by this time, Gruden was still coach. And by this time, everyone knew about it.
Everybody
so
knew about
probably 40 people in the weight room when I did this, and I did 25. Banged them out with good form, with everyone agreeing
No
to every
ass
rep
lifting.
count, no ass lifting, no bouncing, no
Judged
nothing.
by the trainer.
Judged by the trainer with that guy there. Everyone approved it. They couldn't believe it.
Did he get a G-ball?
I threw it right back at the guy.
Oh, you did?
That's
He
the time when I was
splashed
rolling.
the pot.
But yeah, I did. And then I came down his lore because,
And
a
you what?
little skinny old doctor was able to do it. These guys are, this guy's like making national news for cheating and getting 26 reps as a marquee pre-NFL athlete.
I mean, and especially these last couple.
Loser.
Well, but these last couple, I mean, they're really cheats. Watch.
Oh, that's a full cheat. That's a full cheat. Full cheat.
So far, after I haven't seen one that's legal.
Even one was bad.
Not a clean one.
Done.
I sent you the Steven guy, and I
That
also
guy,
sent
he
you,
sucks. This guy sucks.
got 4.
I sent you the Steven one, and I also sent you a link from Macho Man that he wanted to put in for this weightlifting stuff.
Okay, moments ago in John Lott's weight and reps room, 225 is the pound.
Now you watch this guy. This guy, I think, has the all-time record, and watch his form.
Weight. And that's
Now you puff your chest up, and you create space. You arch your back so that your ass and your chest is on the bench while it kind of pumps up your chest a little bit.
Stephen Paya of Oregon State lifting.
But now look at his ass.
We got a lot.
Look at the difference. He's barely touching his chest too. He's not bouncing it off his chest.
And
It's
he's
just barely
got
kissing
a
it.
trainer that's touching his leg to make sure he doesn't go up.
Good job, son. Good job.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, which, by the way, his ass has not moved
a millimeter.
No.
I like it. I like it.
33.
That's it, son. That's it, son.
36.
Nice. Under control.
39, 40, 41, 42, 43.
That's it, son. You keep coming. Now let's go to work. Ready.
44, 45.
One by one. I don't care. One by one.
46.
One by one, buddy. Come on, buddy.
47.
There's no help.
48. 49. Get 50, buddy. Get 50. Give me 50. No.
What an effort. That was beautiful.
That
was beautiful.
Absolutely picture perfect form.
Combine record at 49.
How you feeling right now, Mach? Watching that. Is that like porn
That's
for
a
you?
good sternum workout. He's bouncing off his chest still. You're not supposed to touch your chest at all.
Oh, you're not?
No, you're not. In a clean bench, you're not supposed to use your chest.
Not in a competition. In the
Well, I
competition,
don't know about all this stuff here. I'm
on a
just saying.
competition bench, you're supposed to stop and go. You stop the weight, and then they tell you to press it.
Yeah, he's bouncing. I mean, his sternum.
Let me send me a competition bench if you could.
Most of us have 9 to 5. I ain't got time for this.
Like a
Last thing
Mike
I need
Frantella.
when I arrive in the gym is some people play on the phone and you wasting my time. And then you come up to some mother like that. Hey, sorry, how many sets you got left? They're gonna look at you like you're some sort of alien. They look at you, take the AirPods out. They look at you. Sorry, I have 5, 6 left. 10 sets left. No, motherfucker, you're getting off the machine right now because I see you playing on the phone for last 20 minutes. I ain't got time for this. This became some sort of like a meet-up place. Is that a new nightclub nowadays? Go to the gym to meet people and stuff. Brag about your clothes and shit like that. Nah, man. If this is what you wanna do, get out of the gym right now. I had enough of this. I want to work out, man.
This is actually Macho Man.
This is my hero.
These guys need I don't know.
That's
if
my
this is,
son.
These guys need to work out at home.
I have no.
Get their own gym.
They're so annoyed
Did
by
you send me a competition bench?
Yes, I did. College.
Here we go. This is when I lifted. This is how it had to go. All right, this is.
I'm Gary Williams.
If you want to go to,
All right, hold on. This is show you how. This is.
Now she got the start command there with 2 seconds to go.
From bar loaded being called, you only have 60 seconds to make your
that guy didn't make it.
That's a woman anyhow. That's
That
why I
did
was
not
going to say
go.
fast forward to get past the women.
Well,
Let's get past
we're
the women.
about to get.
Oh my God!
Hey,
Hold
don't
on.
skip past that.
I want to see.
Don't skip past that.
I want to see this
From
bitch.
Norway.
Norwegian.
Incredible lift up.
No,
A rap sheet as long as my arm.
She had the 3 lift bench.
So
record.
is that 230 kilograms? No. Is
It's
it
84 kilos.
No. That's the. I think that's the weight class. So what, Dan? What would you're the only guy in the world I know that could switch kilograms to pounds. What's 230 kilograms?
It's 460 plus another 46 pounds, so it would be about 505 almost.
What?
For quite some time. We have 2 sets of bench records, either the one done as part of full power competition or single lift. Now, she's had the 3 lift bench record for some time, but at the UK Arnold in March, she took the single
This is a
lift
competitive
record as
bench.
well, with 238, the biggest
Touch,
women's bench
press.
we've ever seen in the UK.
And she is so strong.
She did it.
That was not the best touch I've ever seen.
Wow.
Here's a guy.
That's it, girl.
Good, she locked that left.
Is that a woman
Same
still?
girl,
Same person.
Where's the guys at?
It should be coming up. The 38 minutes it starts, but there's a guy right there.
So she weighs over 500 pounds?
No, she weighs
Here we go.
200 pounds.
Here's a good picture of what a competitive bench looks like.
Looks like, has that left arm locked?
Oh, okay, we missed it. Here we go. So it goes like this.
30 kilos.
So he gets his hands right.
Feel an extra 2.5 kilos on.
He's got his elbows wrapped, usually your wrists wrapped, with a bench shirt on and a weight belt.
It protects your wrist.
Now you look, he'll put an arch in his back, but he'll never, his
He's
butt
an
will
experienced
never
lifter in
touch,
full powerlifting.
never not touch the bench.
However, in single lift, he
Now,
has
Dan, does it show how much this is? How much is this? This is, doesn't say, but it looks like a lot.
Looks like 6, 12. Yeah, 12.
hasn't just squatted 470
Well,
kilos.
yeah, that's right. And
Now
it
watch.
It is a different.
4
sport
spotters.
altogether.
Watch this.
Everything out the
You
back
go
is
down,
different. It moves faster.
control, touch.
Oh, he got that back. It
It
wants to
won't
shift.
go down. He's been quite patient with it.
Yeah,
It's
shifting. Can he pull it
about.
back?
You know,
No, he's not going to get it there.
But, I mean, that's like super strict bench right there.
Yeah.
That's super strict bench.
I'm not bouncing it.
Elite doctor served Jeffrey Epstein while treating his girls. A small stable of doctors gave VIP medical services to sex offender and women around him. Some doctors bent or broke the ethical rules of their profession. A plastic surgeon from the Mount Sinai closed a woman's head, a wound with 35 stitches on Jeffrey Epstein's dining table. An internist from West Palm ordered a blood test for another woman, then reported abnormal results back to Mr. Epstein. A dentist at the Columbia University asked Mr. Epstein how much how much work he wanted done on a girl after a severe tooth decay. It looks like, Dan, that he directed women to get pelvic exams, liposuctions, mole removals, and paid for a range of specialty treatments from $800 an hour, psychiatric therapy to a root canal. Sometimes he would abruptly cut off the woman's care. An assistant once forwarded him a plea from a woman asking for $600 to fill her prescription of acne medicine. So it sounded like, I think this might be the video portion of this particular story here.
Doctors named in the Epstein files. Obvious question is why Jeffrey Epstein, a male billionaire, needs 3 gynecologists. Here is Mark Landon. He received quarterly payments from Epstein in the early 2000s. Here's his statement saying he did not provide clinical care for Epstein or his victims. He was a paid consultant regarding biotech investments for Epstein over 4 years. Ohio State University releases this statement afterwards saying they are investigating and they have received no information to contradict Dr. Landon's statement. It is, however, interesting to note that the OSU Medical Center is named after Les Wexner, the billionaire behind brands like Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond, who has very, very close ties to Jeffrey Epstein, and was deposed by Congress last week. As for the other 2 gynecologists who appear to still be working in New York City, just read this headline right there. The doctors who helped Jeffrey Epstein keep his girls sexually fit. An email from the file, someone emailing Bella Klein, that's one of Epstein's known staff members, "Hey Bella, is there a gynecologist that we normally use for the girls?" She replies, Esiel or Romoff. The website of Adam Romoff is down.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have chicks like that, you know, and you're going to be doing those sort of things, you probably have to have a roster full of gynecologists.
Well, didn't Bill Gates use one of Epstein's people for his
STD allegedly?
Yes, allegedly his STD.
He was asking.
Oh, was he asking? Okay.
As I go to words, I guess we probably need to get to the obvious. Don't want to talk too many politics, but how do you not talk politics when, you know, I think, would you say that our country's at war?
Absolutely.
I mean, we're at war, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, are we at war just with Iran, or are we at war with a lot of people?
Iran and their proxies, Hezbollah, and all of their terror, organizations throughout. Yeah, the Houthis. That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you, Seth.
Now, we have killed the Supreme Leader of Iran and his immediate cabinet, have we not?
Like 30, yes.
And do they have any type of rhyme to reason as to how they're going to put the new person in there, or are we going to pick the new person? Like, you know, how is that going to? I mean, I know that I saw Trump get on TV and say, "You finally got a president to give you what you want. Everybody's been afraid before, but now I got rid of the bad guy. Now it's your responsibility to put in there who you want." I mean, like, do they have to have elections? Do they get like some guy that just like some Johnny Rah-Rah guy that can get everybody motivated? Like, how does that go down?
They don't necessarily have a plan right now, which I don't like that part of it. But in a perfect world, the military would take over, and then a secular, militarized government would work with Trump for a free and fair election at some time in the future. But, you know, the people can't take over the religious section and the military section on their own. There needs to be, you know, some sort of
there has to be an uprising from the people. I mean, 100%. You got to see what the people. You got to see. You've seen videos of people celebrating. You've seen people, videos of them, that are said they're going to, get revenge against the United States and Israel. So I mean, it just. I think you're going to have to kind of see how it's received first.
Lummy is a sap.
No, but I thought Iran had like a assembly of experts they put together, and the U.S. and Israel waited until they got it all in order.
Oh, you mean till everybody, till they had that meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they blew them up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hello.
That was 812 number. It's Indiana, I think.
812 is like where Sumo lives.
Oh.
So when we return, we'll start getting into all this. This all started going down, Friday night? Saturday morning?
Friday morning, wasn't it?
It was Friday night.
Yep. Yeah, Friday here was like 3:30 over there or something.
Jay, Dan, Seth, Lummy, is this going to be like Afghanistan where it goes on and on and on and on? Or are we going to get in and get out?
I think Trump wants to get in and get out, and I really believe he's trying to right every wrong that he's seen happen over the last 30 years that presidents said they were going to do something that was politically not expedient, and he just doesn't care because he thinks this is the right thing. Since we were kids, Iran has been screaming death to Israel, death to the United States. We were dealing with a hostage takeover when we were kids. Danny was literally
1979.
The rich white guy over here was named the Ayatollah Surfer. Because,
400,
no doubt. Like,
400,
believe me, I was called many of those slights as well. That's what they called us.
444 days under Jimmy Carter's watch did we have American hostages being held by the Ayatollah.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I think he's trying to do the shock and awe, try to be done in a few weeks. That's what I suspect. That's my guess. Seth?
Oh, man. I don't know. It's tough when they get on TV and they say that, more people are going to die and it's going to be tougher. I know Trump said that the other day. Netanyahu released a video saying it was gonna get, darker over there before it got better. It's I don't know. I don't know when this could end. Iran said they're not going to negotiate with the United States, so
I think it's got to be quick. The quicker, the better. The longer it goes, the worse.
Yeah, but, quick doesn't solve the problem long term. And,
when I mean quick, I mean like it could be a couple months, but it just can't be a couple years.
Well, we tried it in 12 days and it didn't work. And then we're going to try this in a month or two and it's not going to work. Remember that when we were kids, Bubba, Iran had, good-looking people wearing Western clothing and doing Western things. And then in the late 70s, you know, the sectarian government took over and kind of ran the country into the ground. But
was it Persia back then?
Yeah, it was still Iran, but it was Persia before World War II.
Okay.
And then when they allied themselves with Nazi Germany, and they changed the name to Iran, and that was also part of the super race, the Aryan. Iran is related to the word Aryan. So, but here's the reasoning that I think that is contradictory. Now, just bear with me for 15 seconds on this, Bubba.
I've shut up for 2 minutes. Okay. Riveted.
Let's take this the other way. Let's look at this 3 years ago. You have a guy that said, I was cheated out of my election. You had a government that was not doing things for the benefit of the country, arguably, by letting in 11 million illegal migrants, doing all these things. A guy that people said wasn't even really in charge, that he was doing the auto pen, the people around him were running the country. Well, if you take that argument, then someone, an enabler of the United States, or someone that was on the other side that said, wait a second, there's injustices going on in the U.S., could have used the same exact reasoning that Trump's used to take out Maduro in Venezuela and to bomb Iran and to come in here and kill Biden. It's the same thing. We had a weird government that a lot of people thought was illegitimate. And if we went in there, if someone came in here and killed Biden just so that Trump could take back over or someone else could take back over, we would be outraged.
That administration was 4 years, and we didn't have terror proxies.
Are you sure? We don't know. So if the opposite happened to us, if someone had come to America and taken out Biden,
but it didn't.
But if he reversed the roles, we'd be incensed.
But we can't.
I think it's overstepping boundaries. Both of these. I think Venezuela was overstepping. I think Iran's overstepping.
Well, there's a 3-person council that's taken the leadership, and then under Iran's constitution, the Assembly of Experts, which is an 88-member body, will oversee and appoint the Supreme Leader that is elected.
Why don't we get like NATO or somebody or Interpol or somebody that that didn't have a dog in the fight to try to find the best person to run this country?
Well, they have already 5 candidates that they're going to put up for a public vote.
Okay,
and then those that would get an 8-year term.
Who has the candidates?
The Assembly.
The Assembly has
the
them.
88-member body Assembly.
Okay.
Now, the 88 body Assembly are Iranian people.
Yeah.
Much like a congressman or a senator.
Yeah, they're like they're scholars of Islam.
Okay.
Islamic scholars.
So they're Iranian.
Yes.
And they have nothing to do with the Supreme Leader or nothing to do with that. They were probably all scared of that guy.
Yeah, they're public. They're voted in for years.
Now, how bad? Because I don't know anything about Iranian history, and maybe Jay or Dan does, or maybe Seth, but, how bad was this Supreme Leader with regards to killing Iranians and Americans, for that matter, and Jews?
Terrible. They supposedly killed tens of thousands of protesters just in the last few weeks. Remember we were talking about it, Bubba, and I said, God, I hope Trump holds back. And he did. He didn't say, kill one person, we're going to bomb you. He waited weeks, and from what the reports are, it's conflicting. It could be as many as 10 or 20,000 people that were just publicly protesting that they killed.
And that's that's fact.
That's what they're alleging, yeah.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands, they're saying.
So these are people from Iran that are just protesting their current government.
Yes.
Their current government structure, whoever's in charge, and this Supreme Leader would kill them.
He's been in power since 1989.
And was.
Yeah.
And has he been a prick from day one? And how did he get?
He got elected back in 1989 after, I believe, the assassination of the previous guy, and then he just seized power. And good luck on the votes.
Now, who was worse, the Venezuelan guy or the Iranian guy?
I'd say the Iranian guy's got more more power.
Now, with regards to now that we can look back 3 weeks, how are they doing in Venezuela? Is there rhyme to I mean, is there structure? Is there a new government in place? Are there people running for public office? Is it an open election? Are people being selective that can be fair and not kill people? Or, how's Venezuela? Because we took out their leader first, right?
And then their vice president took over, so the same political party that was in control is still in control. And if we take out the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, and they're going to have a 3-man religious tribunal pick the next super religious leader. So we're going to have like replaced with like, and it's not going to change things.
I disagree. I think that the people are like, when the Green Revolution happened during the Obama administration, and Obama didn't do the same thing Trump did, which send a message that we're here for you, and if something happens, we got your back. The Iranians, I mean, there is a small religious section of the Iranians that are mourning the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei. However, there is a really large section of the younger population, the millennials and younger, that have been literally dying in the streets for freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom to go to school. The Ayatollah runs that country in such a way that women have no rights. They're literally still covering their faces. Girls don't have the same educational rights. Homosexuals get murdered in the streets. You talk about Iran versus, Maduro. Maduro was a horrible dictator, but he was not, from what I understand, slaying people in the streets for being gay or being women and not letting people educate themselves. It's a different kind of thing, Bubba. And what the Ayatollahs have done over the last 30 years, my entire lifetime, has been horrific and abysmal and abhorrent
and threaten the death to America also is pretty consistent message from the Ayatollah.
Yeah. As long as I can remember, how do I know how to say the Ayatollah Khamenei? Because as long as I can remember on the news, we've been dealing with this battle.
Well, we'll start getting into all of that. I got a bunch of stories that happened over the weekend. Obviously, the Supreme Leader of Iran killed his immediate counsel and all of his people that he listened to, and anybody of any type of significant position killed.
Dude, they had a picture of his body to Trump before it even leaked out to the media that he was dead.
Really?
Yeah.
We got all that and more next. Stand by.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
All right, Bob, have a great day.
See you, man. Bye, Danny. I'll see you tomorrow. Kuwait shot down 3 U.S. planes on accident.
Is Kuwait our guys?
No, they're cool, but they shot them down and they didn't know.
Like a friendly fire gun?
Yeah, but the pilots ejected and they were okay.
Oh, I think I saw one of them in the back of an SUV, like one of the pilots.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm not sure. With videos, man, I don't know what's true and what's not on Twitter. It's actually a really hard place to be during shit like this. Misinformation galore.
Oh, you don't know. Just say that. They released the picture.
How you doing, Bubba?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good.
Was amazed by some of your writings. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I had a time or two in the last 30 years.
Talk about it later, but
Sure.
I was like, I should say, I was amazed by some of your questions that painted people into a corner.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking cool.
Oh my God, they got video of the pilots bailing out.
I saw it.
Holy
They all
shit.
survived.
Yeah, I know. That is unbelievable.
In Kuwait?
Yeah.
Kuwait, they shot down 3 friendly fire.
They put him in the back of the car and drove him back to the base.
That was nice.
They said sorry. Listen, the good thing with Kuwait is I think they can afford a couple jets.
They're in, honestly, it's a terrible part, but in the fog of war, there's always death by friendly fire. It happens.
No,
One of
I'm
my.
saying that country can afford.
Oh, they can afford to pay us 3 more
That's what I'm
planes.
saying.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying the good thing is it wasn't over in Nigeria. It was.
We put that in the lost column.
Yeah, well, hopefully, Kuwait, maybe cuts us,
We'll check.
3 billion.
Maybe they'll give us another 747.
Yeah, there you go.
Like Qatar did.
Yeah, maybe cut our oil costs in half. Maybe Iraq will stop. Kuwait will stop.
Tell you what, that's a way to get the Board of Peace involved in supporting what Trump's doing, though, is have like the Houthis send some missiles over to Qatar and Kuwait and all these like UAE countries. It's not looking good. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
Because Iran started bombing those.
Yeah.
Kind of backfired on their thinking.
Yeah.
They will bomb them and they'll blame the U.S. and they're like.
Not this year. Maybe in the past they would have.
Yeah, your guy's dead now. We'll take.
Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer, Sunbelt Rentals is committed to making it easy to get the tools and equipment you need. With a vast network of locations across the U.S. and Canada, no one brings more yes to your project. Our broad inventory and dedicated team of experts makes equipment rental absolutely available, positively reliable, and unquestionably easy. Visit sunbeltrentals.com to reserve your equipment or find a location near you.
Listener-supported Sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
If you're watching on Flow Racing, any races at my track over the weekend, you saw this badass 9R, which I think is the biggest John Deere tractor they make. You can only get that at one place if you live in Ocala. Tallahassee, I think Valdosta, Panama City, Gainesville, Ocala, and that would be at Rent Pro. Just go to rentpro.com. See their 4 or 5 locations. I know the guy in Ocala, Davis. He's a great dude. Thank you for all that you did. We had a 7000 series and the 9R on display. And that really saved our ass. It was probably single-handedly that 7000 series is the reason why we were able to get the race in on Saturday night, because it was the only thing that was big enough to pull the implement that we needed to till the track up. So thank you, Davis. Thank you, RentPro. RentPro.com. For your tractor. Tractors are hard to find. Sometimes Sunbelt ain't got a tractor. Sometimes Beard ain't got a tractor. RentPro's got one every time, and multiple. So thank you, Davis. Thank you, Frankie. Appreciate you. Let me hear the story. There's a lot of them.
Yes.
And this thing's being updated by the minute. Like this is a situation that's happening as we speak. Your news cycle will be consumed with this for, I'm assuming, quite a while.
Operation Epic Fury.
Because we are like Tom Brady on a 2-minute drill. We are on offense, buddy. I mean, like we're on it. We are on it.
Has warned the US can expect more American casualties after 3 service members were killed in action. He says the strikes will continue for as long as it takes to secure America's safety. US correspondent Rob Scott has the latest from Washington.
So we've had 3 American military casualties.
Now it's up to 4.
It's up to 4?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Seth said on the way out, might have been on a hot mic, but he didn't say it on the air, but that 3 pilot Kuwait shot down 3 American planes in a friendly fire gimmick. They all were able to eject to safety, but we've lost those. That happened, right, Seth?
Yes.
And that was Kuwait, who's our ally, right?
Yes.
Well, Donald Trump has now returned here to Washington after spending the weekend at his private estate in Florida. The president choosing not to stop to talk to the waiting press as he walked into the White House.
What is your goal, Mr. President?
But before he left Mar-a-Lago, he recorded a message to the American people, a battlefield update.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury.
So that's what this is called. Like you had Desert Storm and Desert Shield, and what was Afghanistan called? Just Afghanistan?
Oh man,
Something Freedom, wasn't it?
Yeah, what was it?
Operation Freedom.
I don't know.
Right.
That was horrible. How many years?
Terribly named.
How many years were we there? 10, 15?
Yeah,
more.
One of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen.
Revealing the US military has struck hundreds of Iranian military targets, including Revolutionary Guard facilities.
So if you're in one of those buildings, man, you're done.
Operation Enduring Freedom was our
Enduring Freedom.
20 years. 20 years.
20 years in Afghanistan. But like if you're in one of those buildings, it's
You're
over.
done. You're done.
Right?
Look at the cars on the highway right above it, on the top of the frame.
Defense systems and sinking 9 of Iran's Navy ships. He says much of the country's military command has been killed, including the Supreme Leader.
This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands.
The president also paid tribute to the 3 US service personnel who've been killed, describing them as patriots who paid the ultimate sacrifice.
But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization.
Donald Trump says the strikes in Iran will continue for as long as it takes to complete the mission objectives.
Now, what are the mission objectives? Like to get a new government, a new stable government, in the a new stable,
new government, eliminate nuclear threat.
Yes, and eliminate their support of what terror groups, Seth, right?
I think one of the things is they cannot, and multiple countries, Germany, France, Israel, everybody has said they cannot have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the things.
And that's
like
supposedly where the talks went down.
They cannot have them. Just because they're not cool with them.
No.
It's like a felon owning a gun.
Yeah, they're not trustworthy.
You just can't. Once you've committed a felony, that's just a right that's been taken away from you. Sorry. Well, I think Iran has caused enough problems, and they're not trustworthy enough to have something so powerful. So you're done. I mean, and not just I don't think this is just a U.S. thing. I think there's a lot of countries that co-sign with us on that. You cannot have nuclear capabilities.
Yes.
France, again, like I said, England, Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're pulling
Israel.
They're pulling a lot of people into the war too. I think they've hit 12 different nations bases or something along those lines. They hit a oil refinery. In Saudi Arabia.
Iran has hit other countries, right?
Yes.
Is that what you meant, Seth?
Their bases and all that stuff. Yes.
Now, if you're Iran, and your supreme leader is gone, then who's calling these shots? Because I wouldn't want to start with 5-6 different countries when I'm pissant little Iran and I got the wrath of some, Israel, United States, Kuwait. Like, you got some pretty heavy hitters militarily that you're screwing with that can make your country a parking lot in a minute. And you're going out and doing military type strikes on, 4 or 5 different countries. And you're just one little pissant Iran. I mean, like, who's advising this? Who's calling this? The supreme leader is gone. So Jay, like, who would be calling these shots at this time? Some type of military guy?
Exactly.
Secure America's
And that's
safety.
what I was saying earlier about if the people rise and speak clearly and the military changes its course, that's the only quick resolution. And then the question is, will they hold a quick, free and fair election? And is it free and fair? Is it going to be a panel of 3 picking the candidates, or is it going to be the people truly having an opportunity for a democratic election? Like, remember when Afghanistan and Iraq did that with the purple thumbs?
Could you have a candidate that says, listen, I want peace in the Middle East. I want Iranian people to be free. I want Iranian people to be able to express themselves. I want women to be able to be women.
Mm-hmm.
I want gay people to be able to be gay. I just want to have no conflict with anybody. I want to be good neighbors to Israel. I want to be good neighbors to Iraq. I want to be all of their neighbors. And at that point, would other countries like us in Israel, and would we come in and help rebuild them if they got a leader like that?
I believe so, 100%. I think the Board of Peace would come in and do it.
Latest estimate is
because a lot of this building right here, it needs rebuilt, right?
Yeah.
America's safety. His latest estimate is the conflict could drag on for 4 weeks. The president says the new leadership group in Iran has reached out and wants to talk to him. He says he is willing to do that, but as to when that'll happen, he's not sure. But he says he'll never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and he'll use the might of the US military to make sure that that doesn't happen. Describing Operation Epic Fury as right and necessary.
So can I ask you a question? And everybody take off, everybody that's MAGA, everybody that's pro-Trump, everybody just put on your independent hat. This has been happening for quite some time. Am I right?
Yes.
This isn't something that just popped up January 1st. Why has every other Trump, inclusive to Trump, if you go Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, Clinton, why have all of them let this continue to happen?
No one's had let me put it frankly, balls to do what Trump's doing right now. And no one had the world's support by being the chairman of the Board of Peace. The Middle East is now looking to Trump to try to forecast the future for the next 20 years because these other more westernized Arabic countries like the UAE and Qatar and all those really amazing those countries, they're supportive of this. And so, if you remember, this has been going on for hundreds of years, but just before the Iraq War, Iran and Iraq have been fighting forever. It's a Shia-Sunni thing. They've been throwing bombs at each other for decades, and so I think the region is thriving for peace and prosperity and economic wealth.
But there's been several presidents that have not done anything.
Well, they
won't do
it. They've done all sanctions. It looks like H.W. Bush and Clinton put sanctions and restrictions on trade.
Sanctions.
Yeah. George W. Bush called them the axis of evil with sanctions. Obama.
That's why the people are poor. It's because they've been sanctioned for decades.
They did the joint comprehensive plan.
So we've
of action.
done everything but physical, interaction.
2020.
We've tried to choke them down with sanctions, and that just hasn't worked.
2020, Trump did a drone strike, killed the top general, and then he was
Soleimani.
Yeah.
By the way, Master Pool Repair, let me out of Sun City, Arizona. Joseph Telsica, $50 on the PayPal. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate you. You Sun City, Arizona, hardworking son of a bitch.
and urging Iranians to rise up to seize the...
So, like, everything from Clinton forward, everybody inclusive, has used the sanction route. Mm-hmm. That's not worked. That's still getting thousands of people killed for expressing their opinions. That shouldn't happen anywhere in the world. Right? I mean, anywhere in the world. I mean, other than maybe Kim Jong-un, which nobody, I don't know that anybody can rein in.
Well, he's got them, so we're not launching any bombs over there.
Moment and to take back.
Even Kim Jong-un is not dumb enough to say I got nukes and I'm going to use them. I don't think.
Well, he launches missiles like every other month over South Korea and Japan.
He sent them right over Japan, right in the water.
To make sure that they know he's still there.
But he hits the water every time, doesn't he, Seth? I mean,
he does.
He just hit the water.
Yeah, he knows how to toe that line of war destruction.
But he didn't do that during the Trump administration. There were all of those missile launches stopped during the Trump administration.
Remember he called them Rocket Man, and then they ended up going to meet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Elton John liked that use of Rocket Man. He thought it was funny, he said.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This
like
wretched
a dog.
and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat up.
If you're over there, who do you call? Do you call, hello, White House? Yes, I just want to let you know I am a major military guy in the Iran. I'd like to save my life, please.
I guarantee you there's a way for them to do that.
Operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most...
I mean, we don't have to really have any boots on the ground there. We can do this all from the air, can we not?
Mm-hmm.
And you were asking who's like launching the missiles and stuff like that. So it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's kind of like.
And where they based out of?
Iran.
It's Iran's top military.
But they don't listen to anyone except for the
punishing blow
leader.
To the terrorists who have waged war against.
So the people that used to listen to the Supreme Leader, their little CIA or their little secret mission gimmick that you just said, Lummy, that they're still lobbing warheads and what have you. They're the ones that are doing it.
Yeah, they're the general that now, the brigade and command.
What happens when we kill them?
Well,
that's probably that's probably what we're thinking, right?
Yeah, they're trying to take out the
basically
the IRGC.
Civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term.
Of course he did. It's all him. I even got Star Wars going on.
There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years.
You ever notice when he's giving his speech, he grits his teeth? He grits his teeth. Oh, damn it, Lummy. I lost it. Yeah, I was getting a little bit long-winded anyway. I got a couple more of these on the backside. Hold on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think that's true, Jonesy. What's up, Group Brothers? Good morning.
Hey, Lummy. Is that in there?
Yes, sir.
What's up, Greg O2? Good morning. Morning, Holyoke Joe. Kenny Powers. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Great White. What's up, Jay Bowler? How's everybody
Lummy.
doing?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get the guy from the frappe guy?
He's still in jail.
Oh, he's still in jail?
Yeah, that's other brother. He's still there.
Okay. Perfect. I'm going to take a whiz real fast.
Whiz. I take a whiz.
Whose underwears are these?
Oh yeah. Don't worry about it. We'll get rid of those.
Okay.
Are those the double dong ones? that were here forever?
Yeah. I got it cleared out.
Or
Roberto Perez, good morning. Thank you, Holy Hope Joe. Brandon Foster from Brooksville. Ned's Izerps, what up?
Where did you go there?
Good morning, Indigenous Steve. Jake Ostica, what up? Is it Costeca? Seth? Costeca?
Yeah, but
Costeca.
he'll go.
That's okay. I want to say it correct.
He goes either way.
Oh, John Costeca, buddy. Gonna try it for the next year, so let's see next year.
He goes either way. Oh my.
Both ways, like you, huh?
Oh my. La 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 la.
One of my dear friends, Lummy, was one of my partners in the Costa Rica house.
You want me to throw these in my trash barrel?
Sure.
Desert Shield. We'll never
Are they? Is there a story behind them?
Yeah. And then you got out of the military.
No, we used them like a couple weeks ago. Me and Lummy got in those together.
Into what?
The underwear?
Oh.
What up, Sicilian Redneck? How you doing, Frank?
Yeah. That's something. Friendly fire.
Yeah, friendly fire. Like 2 months after he retired. Brutal. Sorry guys, if I didn't call anybody out. I'm having trouble seeing. What up, Nick? I have my glasses on. Having an old man moment.
Welcome to Fender Works, a full-service auto body repair and refinishing company located in Clearwater, Florida. From minor door dings to full collisions, they do it all. All of their repairs come with a lifetime warranty and satisfaction guarantee. They will beat any written estimate and will not lose a job over price. It's their honesty and down-to-earth approach that has separated them from the rest. They'll literally go out of their way to satisfy their customers. Go see Adam now for a free estimate, 727-542-6420 or FenderWorks.com, or go see their Fender Works Facebook page.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Much love to Big Gus Tractor and Equipment, 1490 Highway 98 West, right there in Mary Esther, home of your Skag dealer, home of your Steel dealer, your JCB dealer, you name it. They got Hustler. More importantly, Stand Up for Savings, the Stand Up for Savings event happening January 1 through the end of this month, March 31st, where you can get huge deals on stand-up Skags. Of course, we're also a spokesperson for Skag, too, now. Don't think I don't have a badass Mahindra 5100 series that I use the hell out of. I got 10.2 hours on it.
Nice.
Courtesy of Big Gus Tractor and Equipment. Go and see him if you can. Call him 850-937. What is that number? I lost it. 850-937-7009, or just go to BigGusTractor.com. They got an unbelievable website for you to check and look at their inventory, new and used. Steel dealer, Skag dealer, and again, Big Gus, thank you for all of you that you've done for me. You made my Winter Nationals a success. Thank you. Let me continuing. What is it? Operation
Epic Fury.
Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. is what we're in the middle of.
Millions continue to shelter in place in the Middle East as conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran continues. This comes a day after the U.S. and Israel launched strikes on Iran in an attempt to take down the country's regime. So Iran then launched retaliatory attacks on the U.S. military facilities in nearby countries. So Iranian state media says that more than 200 people were killed Saturday, including Iran's supreme leader. Jen Sullivan has reaction from around the world.
Man, can you imagine if you're involved in a situation where that'd be just like if our president got killed.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably scrambling right now, right?
I know, but can you, if you think about it, the intelligence that they had to know that where he was going to be with a bunch of other people, they said that kind of intelligence happens when you've got somebody that's like in the room with them.
Yeah, like there's an asset that's infiltrated or embedded himself into like the inner circle of the supreme leader, because otherwise you know they're always throwing curveballs as to where he's really going to be.
Yeah, having that intel's crazy.
Whoa.
As reaction from
after this is all said and done, wouldn't it be cool? Well, you know what, Jay? They probably never will let you know who the spy was, right? Because that guy's life could be in jeopardy.
Well, with Osama bin Laden, you remember they told us that it was his chauffeur.
Was it?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was the chauffeur that was giving some inside information.
Did we flip his, do we look for people that are in the inner circle and try to flip them?
It's interesting. You know, during the Obama administration, there was a real distancing from human assets and from covert operations, and those have been gone to very hard by Trump and even by Biden, because the only way you really get infiltration is by infiltrating, like you're saying. You need human assets on the ground. You need to know what's going on. You need people in the know and in the power structure of the government that you're going after, like Maduro. I mean, I'd like to know how they knew where that dude was within the compound.
I wonder if, surveillance is so good now that they literally can watch you from 30,000 feet in the sky from a satellite to know where you're going to be. Or like Seth said, they had to have a guy in his inner circle reporting where he's going to be at a certain time. Like, I don't know that we'll ever know, because that would be giving up their secret, and they don't want to be giving up that, they don't want to give up that intel.
I think it's both, Bubba. Do you remember when Trump in the first time killed the top, I think he was the guy that was in charge of the Iranian Republican Guard, Soleimani, and they did it with one precision strike as he was leaving the airport. So there's your answer. Can we surveil something down to a pinpoint? 100%.
Was that the guy who died like a dog?
Yes.
He died like a dog.
Yes.
Have you seen those new things? I think Israel got them. They got these drones that throw Spider-Man webs on other drones. Have you seen those?
That's cool.
Hey, Lummy, send me a video if you can. It's anti-drone technology. So I think it's Israel, part of their Iron Dome, or maybe it's even America, where these drones now, these little drones can be packed full of explosive and take out an entire building. These little drones, like the kind that TJ, fly around, but they got these bigger drones, little bit bigger, and they fly and catch these littler drones, and they throw a big spider web over them, and it knocks them right out of the sky. Because you can't really shoot them, because you'd have these stray bullets. I mean, you'd miss. You can't hit a drone, I wouldn't think.
Well, now they got laser. I'm trying to find your spider web, because I'm finding lasers and things like that.
I think it might have been part of Israel's Iron Dome, where they have these drones that are flying around Israel, and when a drone from a bad guy comes in, somehow, because the Iron Dome cannot really detect drones too much. They're more like towards missiles and things like that. So I think Israel has these drones, these bigger drones, that go to find these smaller drones, and they throw a Spider-Man web on it, and it takes a little drone right down to the ground.
Around the world.
Smoke filling the air in Iran's capital of Tehran Saturday, following a massive and coordinated missile attack launched by the U.S. and Israel. President Donald Trump saying the strikes killed Iran.
I mean, they're with us shoulder to shoulder on this, aren't they?
Yes.
They're the ones that are our biggest partner at this point, right?
Well, really, their biggest partner.
He said Israel and Saudi Arabia were really pushing for it.
Supreme Leader.
They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore.
Trump saying the attack was a move designed to cripple the country's nuclear program and overthrow the government.
Some call this aggression. We call it necessity. We call it survival.
It's like Tito Santana from back in the day.
In response, Iran launching a wave of retaliatory strikes on U.S. and Israeli targets across the Middle East. This comes on the heels of massive protests across Iran calling for the end of the Islamic regime. Thousands of people were reportedly killed by Iranian security forces during the weeks of unrest. Crowds of Iranian Americans and others cheering in Los Angeles following the news that Iran's supreme leader was killed.
We want democracy, the end of terrorism, and we want the world to pay attention and be with us.
President Trump, thank you!
Similar celebrations held in D.C., including outside the U.S. Treasury's office. But in New York...
Are you ready to march?
Of course, the New Yorkers are mad about it.
Yeah, no Iranians there.
War protests were held in Times Square.
Yeah, how many of these people are really Iranians or have any family in Iran?
Look at them.
Saturday. The attacks also sparking mixed reactions from world leaders. The Prime Minister of Canada supporting the U.S. and Israel, calling Iran the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East.
So we got Canada, we got France, we got Israel,
England,
we got Kuwait, we got Saudi Arabia. We got Saudi Arabia.
Others more critical. The president of France calling it dangerous for all. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to hold security meetings on Monday.
Who is she from?
She the leader of the European Union? I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, whatever, get out of here.
Reporting.
Don't bust me up yet, leader.
Have you seen the video of the Iranians doing the Trump dance? It's hilarious.
Yeah, I've seen it. Lenny, any drone?
I'm not finding the
drone on drone gimmick.
I'm not finding any of this spider webs.
Miami Heat phones are ringing off the hook as California billionaires look to drop nine figures. That's over $100 million. 8 figures is, I think, 10 million to 99 million. Is that 8 figures? And 9 figures is 100 million plus.
Correct.
And they're looking to drop and buy homes in the Miami area. Larry Page spent 9 figures on 3 properties, and Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin are reportedly looking. Luxury agents say that the upper end of the market prices are going one direction and up, and that's because of this tax that they're getting ready to get hit with in California. What's the billionaire tax? They're calling it the billionaire tax.
Yep.
Where they get taxed at 50% or something like that.
I think they try to give them just a flat 5% of a certain amount over $1 billion, and it's that's a lot of money.
Bubba, can I just ask real quick on the drone thing? Were you just seeing this white thing in the video, or were you seeing the web? Because it looks like there's drones that are shooting off signals that take down drones.
They were actually throwing spider webs over them. Don't worry about it. I mean,
was it AI? Maybe it's
no. It was for real. Okay. It was for just type in anti-drone.
That's what I'm getting. I'm getting a lot of lasers and
California. It will financially change the landscape for the government's budget, and I think that the tech guys and the VC guys talked about the fact that enough of them have to move out of the state that it will eventually cause change.
See, they don't want to move out of the state. They just got to spend what's half of 365 days. They got to spend 1 day more than half of the year in Florida.
Right.
Then that makes Florida their official state, and they can go back and live in California all they want, but they have to live 1 day more in Florida than it is. What's 365 divided by 2? I don't even know.
180 2.
I think they got to spend like 183 or 84 days here, and then boom, they can go back to Cali.
There's people doing that in Puerto Rico too. So I was right. The proposed 2026 Billionaire Tax Act would impose a one-time 5% tax on net worth of California residents with wealth exceeding $1 billion. So that phrase, 5% tax on net worth. So say you own a building that's worth $100 million now, and in 2 years it's worth $60 million. You're paying on unrealized gains. So that's why these guys are all taken off, because they want to take 5% of their investment money that they've never received any return on yet. Unrealized gains. And so it's scary for people that make that. Could you imagine if your net worth is, $2 billion, you have, liquid of 800, and so everything else is leveraged, and now they want to take 5% of what you have leveraged between one and, let's say it's $100,000, $1 and $200,000.
And you don't even know where that number is going.
No, it's unrealized gain.
Meaning, like, is that number going to go up? Is that number going to go down?
Like if it was cryptocurrency, think about that.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency, if you had that as part of your net worth 6 months ago, it was worth a boatload.
Now it's down.
not.
Reform, and I think it may take 2 or 3 years or 4 years, but they're going to wait to see that. But they want reform before they move back. So my name is Julian Johnston, originally Australian, but I've been doing luxury real estate in Miami Beach and Miami.
So this is a luxury real estate agent in Miami Beach, and he's kind of given his account of these rich California billionaires reaching out to him.
For 25 years, I worked for Sotheby's, and I now work for Corcoran Group. Just about 2 or 3 weeks prior to the Christmas holidays and New Year's holidays, a few of them flew into town, and they were here for Art Basel on the 8th and 9th of December. And then a few of them went out to St. Bart's. And so they're all dining and wining together and talking about this proposed tax. And then when the proposed tax gained speed, they then understood that they had to either rent or purchase something out of California to establish residency and reduce their net worth exposure to the proposed billionaire tax. And then a few of them, I think in St. Bart's, said, listen, we've already bought places in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And then a couple more said, we're buying right now, going into contract. And then 2 more flew into Miami and bought properties and closed within 7 days. So then it was a tipping point. There's 3 that I'm working with directly, and I know of 4 or 5 that are in contract, or publicly it's been announced that they purchased properties. And there's a couple more that are in contract right now, and I'm sure that it will get announced. I think that they've been troubled by California's long-term business climate for some time, primarily in Los Angeles, where there's been a lot more change. I think San Francisco and Palo Alto had less change, although they've had some economic and some cultural issues there.
I don't understand how somebody can't sit these policymakers in California down and say, "Don't you understand, man? These are the type of people that we want to live in our area. These billionaires, and they pay their fair share of property tax and everything like that. Why? We're just going to lose them. We're going to lose them, and you lose enough of them. I mean, that's a huge impact into your area.
I hope it's the more conservative thinking people that come this way, and I think that this economic self-interest is kind of an indication that there is a conservative wing to them.
Slice Stallone bought a place.
I just think there's a lot of smart business people that are not into a state income tax and then a billionaire tax on top of it. And so as long as these people come here and they don't start voting
city,
crazy,
and a state tax.
Exactly.
You got county, state, and you got a county, city, and state tax. Man.
And property taxes off out of the the Richter scale, off the Richter scale.
Is this the Hogan thing? That is it? Is it getting any traction?
Yeah, I guess it is now. Well, at least with this one.
There's been an assault.
Fight.
There was a fight after the fight, right?
Yeah, the UFC.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Lummy, we're doing after show today?
Yes, sir.
Seth, you good with that?
Uh-huh.
Man, this hour and a half flies.
I mean, when are you gonna get your goat shanty finally done? Yeah, no shit, huh?
I'm hoping that I can, get someone locked down and get up there, and now that the races are done, people are going to be in town.
What's that?
Hopefully the people will be in town now that the races are done.
Yeah. We gotta get that fucking studio built.
Yeah, I don't see why we can't do both at the same time.
How long do you think it'll take?
2 months.
If you're saying the ratings are up, it's the gun guy. I would heard about it. Let's see, RAF Wrestling rating. Let's see if they're getting. Selling out their venues? Nick the Gun Guy? Let's see. Sold to records. List of said their attendance what's their attendance been like at the actual arena?
How's Sammy, Seth?
What's that?
How's Sammy?
Oh, she's good.
Soccer on or off right now?
It's off right now. We went to Monster Jam this weekend with Jean, and she loved it.
It's, in the future, you guys, you could use the box. We get Monster Jam tickets. It's pretty incredible. Just face value for whatever the tickets are. They're not very expensive compared to the other tickets.
Did you guys go?
I didn't this year. My kids are too old, but I did it for years with my kids.
It's cool. I thought it was like all these years. I thought it was some big redneck thing, but it's like I don't know. I was impressed by the whole thing.
It's a lot of fun. It's amazing what they're doing inside that little stadium arena. It's crazy, right?
It is, and they keep it like even when the cars flip over. When the cars flip over, like the hosts keep it going. They interview the drivers. Like it's.
Oh, it's a well-oiled production, man. It's a traveling circus.
Yeah, there's
it's
no.
Really good.
Yeah, no. It's impressive from just a production standpoint.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, power pick.
Should hit these With everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously
Through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The after show, me, Lummy, and Seth, about 15, call it probably closer to 20 after. Last story of the day, and that is the, what's it called? The Real American Freestyle Wrestling. It was supposed to be Hogan's and Eric Bischoff's little baby.
Yes.
And it's basically, freestyle wrestling, much like you see in the collegiate and high school level. But on a pro level, these guys historically don't have a place to go after their career. I guess the highest you could probably go at this point would be the Olympics. After the Olympics, there's never been an organization that highlighted these guys professionally. I don't know if it's backed by Fox Nation. It's streamed live on Fox Nation. I don't know how.
I doubt there's any money exchanged. They think they're probably just giving them that spot.
Right. Exactly.
Nick the Gun Guy says it's doing well. I have not found what their attendance has been, but
with who? Him and Brandon?
Yeah, I don't. I can't say that I know.
I love you, Nick, but I like wrestling, but I just don't see this having a marketability aspect to it.
I can't sit here and tell you either way whether I know it's going well or not.
Well, I don't think this is never going to be mainstream, but is it niche enough, or is the niche big enough to where it could
be profitable,
be a business, right? Not anything that is mainstream, but be a business where freestyle wrestling fans you support. I don't know,
much like the slap fighting niche.
Oh, but that's entertaining for somebody that doesn't wrestle.
That gets crossover just because of the viral aspect of it, of the people getting knocked out. But yeah, that's definitely I'd say more mainstream.
I would say that would even be more mainstream than this.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah.
It's weird because their attendance, what they have for their attendance is straight numbers: 6,000, 5,000, 3,000, 4,500. So.
Yeah. So they're going in venues like less than half of the Yuengling Center. Because the Yuengling Center takes, 10?
I mean, that's a good crowd, though, Bubba. If you think about, a touring musician, if they went and played a crowd of 4,000, that's a pretty good band. Now, we're talking about a band like these freestyle wrestlers that just got together.
Right. Yeah, but it's kind of weird, Seth, that it's not like 6,230, it's 6,000 even.
Yeah, I'm not saying those are real hard numbers, but...
Stops it, and this match is over. Arman Sarukian is no.
Now, hold on. Let's not rule out the fact that Eric Bischoff is the president of this corporation, and you don't get with because this is going to go viral. We're playing it, but listen, prior to this event, did we ever talk about or play anything from this federation?
Nope,
nothing. So it's and there really wasn't any really big hits or anything. Mm-mm. So you get with the dudes and say, hey, get into a little skirmish after it's done. It's going to go viral. That's going to help the product. Watch.
No matter who wins.
Watch.
It's
So if you look, let's see how many punches he really gets in.
Look,
none.
The ref knew it was. Look at the way the ref goes in.
Watch. Hold on.
It's like WWE.
One push. A half a hit. A quarter of a knee.
And it has all broken loose as they are going to get these things sorted out here, folks. Izzy Martinez.
Fake. Staged.
Having to get involved. Chad Bronstein having to get involved here, folks. Hopefully security can get this.
To work. It's absolutely a work.
Taken care of.
Which, by the way, I saw Ric Flair last night when I was at a restaurant.
Boiling over here.
How drunk was he?
Yeah, I mean, it's some kind of a nice cocktail in his hand at the bar.
If you wanted real heat, you should just walk up and said, "Hey, man, Bubba says hi."
I was with my wife and my kid, but I was very, very close to it.
He just turned 77. You should have wished him happy birthday.
Happy 77.
My wife recognized the back of his head, Bubba.
Right. And he practically lives at Bouillon.
Yeah, and I wanted to see whether it was a liquor drink or what was there, just because I wanted to see. He's at the bar, clearly, having a nice birthday. Happy birthday, Rick.
He blames me solely on Hogan's death.
Well, you didn't do anything. Did you give him the pills?
No.
I mean, did you do the surgery?
But Lummy, isn't that? I mean, he's like Bubba. Bubba killed Hulk Hogan.
Yes,
that's insane.
Bubba's the one that got on the air and talked about it and should have been kayfabe and he completely. And I've talked to Matt Heller privately, and he's like, no, he completely blames you on being very inappropriately reporting the Hogan death and Hogan being on death's doorstep inappropriately. You should have kept it kayfabe. I'm like, I got inside information that end up being 100% real. And I'll tell you this, man, before I let you guys go, we got 2 minutes. There is a bad guy in the woodpile. Did you know that investigation's still not complete, Jay?
I know that. Yes, I do know that.
It's still not complete. They will not release the result of the autopsy. There's now potential street drugs involved. How did
you do that?
Isn't that what Ric Flair said on that podcast?
Flair said that on the podcast, and everybody shut it down. The autopsy, they're saying they may not have done a toxology report before the embalmment. I mean, there's just I heard,
which I asked for of the medical examiner personally.
I heard the FBI is involved.
Oh.
And I'm hearing, I don't know it to be true, rumor on the streets, hot news. So I've been told that there could be some criminal implications on how this was handled.
Well, Trump loved him.
Procedurally. Because they quickly ruled out all foul play and they quickly did an embalmment. No autopsy. And then at that point, now once you've done an embalmment, drained all the blood, and you've not did an autopsy, now you've tainted most of the evidence, where you can't go back and do a blood test or a blood sample. And there were I was told, rumor on the streets, that they didn't do a blood poll when he died. They didn't do a blood panel on him. Now, Jay, that's unheard of.
Which is kind of shocking.
You have the most famous person ever to live in that city, the most famous homicide, or I should say, death in that city, and I would have had double autopsies, 2 of them. I would have had, you're so under the microscope with such a high-profile person.
Family, too.
That I wouldn't have had his physician that was under his care at the time, that was not at the hospital, drive to the hospital and sign the death certificate. I would have had the coroner sign the death certificate after an autopsy. There's a lot of shady stuff behind the Hogan not murder. Well, maybe it was a murder.
Oh no.
Behind the Hogan death. Somebody's trying to cover up something. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I do know this, the FBI is involved. And Jay, the FBI doesn't get involved unless there's some effery going on.
Is the honky tonk man involved? Can we just clear him?
Oh, him and Jake the Snake.
Oh, no, not Jake.
And Jake the Snake, honky tonk man. We got Buff Bagwell with one leg. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Actually, we'll see you in about 20 minutes. It's the Monday Uncensored podcast with me, Seth Kushner, and Warren Garrison. See you a little bit.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.